Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, July the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. A couple S's meant you can see my screen and hear me. So before we get going here, guys, trade of the week is BGFV. BGFV. Let's take a look what it's doing. BGFV. And it's considered live at around 12.91. So it's just a little underneath that. This is pre-market, of course, but there's your trade of the week, BGFV. So what is happening this morning? So, well, they faded somewhat. Certainly SIGA has faded, but again, Monkeypox in the news again. So we've got all, I think, four of them. We have SIGA, we have GOVX, we have CMRX. Yeah, they're all kind of fading. And the last one is the TNXP. Monkeypox plays, but SIGA is definitely fading. A high in the pre-market at $16, $16.18. So it's dropped a little over $1.50 from here. KAVL, gapping up this morning. Kind of a clearance in Canada, but plus, I guess it's got some kind of a deal again going with Philip Morris. This is an e-vape. And these products, of course, have been hammered hard, but there it is, KAVL, 13.9 in the float, lots and lots of volume. KAVL certainly is a in play today. Not shortable for me, just looking at my interactive brokers, not shortable for me. This is another one that is not shortable for me, and I doubt if it's going to continue. Rev B up on phase 1B news, not shortable for me, REVB, but it's a huge gap up, 84%, lots and lots of volume. It's already almost traded the float, 9.8 million in the float. It's almost already traded that. Snap continues to move down, gave up 10 again. So Snap, of course, earnings on Friday, disaster, and continues to move down, not quite an all-time low. Viru, V-E-R-U, Barries play. Another one, yeah, pretty big gap up, 15, has dropped 50 cents so far, and that is VERU. Viru says UK's MHRA supports expedited review, etc. Snap continues down. I'm hearing it. When I say I'm hearing it, this is one of my scans right there. The gap down is text to voice, so I hear her saying snap. Every time Snap's going to make a new low, I'm going to hear it. SQSP, earnings play, SQSP. And this is a pretty big gap down, 11%, not a ton of volume, not a big float either, 29 million in the float, but that's a pretty big gap down for SQSP. Okay, MTZ has gap down. So a couple of reasons. They're buying out, or they've got a buyout offer in for IEA, but also they are guiding. They're lowering their 2022 earnings guidance. Okay, so they don't release until the 4th of August, but they're basically prepping the market. But also they're buying IEA. The projected buyout is at 14. Phase, F-A-Z-E. F-A-Z-E is a gap up. No real, I don't think there's any real news. It's just that, recent IPO. Been out for 3 days. This will be the 4th day. I would be sticking an alert at 1324. Just stick an alert right there, 1324, the high right up here. So down to $8 for for Snap. Weber, WEBR, management shakeout or shakeup. WEBR, big management shakeup. CEO exit Q3 Q3 preliminary below consensus. So this is just getting hammered here. CEO exit almost an all-time low. All-time low would have been I guess 3 months ago at 572. Because people just aren't barbecuing anymore. Bitcoin, a bit of a hit this morning. BIPO, bit of a hit this morning. Influencing Mara, MARA, and Riot. There's a gold play, Newmont gold play. And this is a, okay, I'm hearing TBLT. I'm hearing TBLT on the way down. And there you go. There's your financing. Nice call, Market Messiah, 855. Smelling a financing. There it is. $20 million private placement. At $5 a share. At least they did it pre-market, guys. I'll give them that. KRKR. KRKR. This was a really active stock, well, a few months ago. Actually, I guess it wasn't that active. It only got up to 175. China stock. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. Caught my eye just because it's over $1. Probably a lot of resist, but it's a relatively low float. 22 million in the float. You can see if it can kind of clear this 125 area. I just don't see any news on it. Excuse me. Don't see any news on it. And Cook, COOK is gapping down on a downgrade. I don't think I've really seen this one before. I guess this was an IPO a few months ago, another disaster. Now this is an all-time low for Cook, and this one is shortable for me. Cook. I've been asked to check TRHC. Yeah, I mean, last week, of course, it was very, or last couple of days, very active. Some sell-offs, though, on the top highs. Don't really know how much more I can add. Not huge volume. It is that low float, 24 million. Yeah, I just have to wait to see what happens once the market opens. And I keep an eye on AMTD. I don't know if you guys watch this one. Of course, this was piggybacking kind of the HKD. If you saw HKD, which is down $10 right now, but HKD was a relatively new, well, it was an IPO, I guess, a few days ago. Had an absolutely crazy move up to $70 before it pulled back to about, well, didn't pull back that much, 68. So, but AMTD, if you look what it's called, AMTD Digital, I have no idea if this AMTD, I have no idea if it has anything to do with it. At any rate, it doesn't really matter. Look what AMTD did at the end of the day also. And this is another fairly low float. So I'd be keeping an eye on it. I think I put, in fact, I should do this right now. put a price alert at the high of Friday and see if it takes that out. Yeah, my my bias, of course, on Rev B. This is phase 1B, not shortable for me, but it is a low float and it's traded the float almost. What, 9.8 in the float, 9.3 is traded, 9 million, of course. So, I mean, I guess anything's possible. I just don't think these phase 1Bs have got a hope, that much of a hope, but we'll have to see once the market opens. What did I get up to this morning? $1.90, actually got up almost to $2. And just to let you know, this SYN, unless it's been corrected, I've already alerted. Yeah, so SYN is not up 861%. This is a 1 for 10 reverse split. Okay, so this is not up 861%, just in case you see this. All right, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Whoa. Well, okay, we have a few upgrades and we have a lot of downgrades. So let me just get some of them in now. All right, a very short list of upgrades, guys. We have a big list of downgrades. See if I can find anything that's been multiply downgraded. See the multiple downgrades still for Snap. Remember on Friday there were about, I don't know, 15 downgrades for Snap. A couple more, Morgan Stanley and Wolf. Just a few more downgrades to go. Big list though. All right, there you have it. A few upgrades and a lot of downgrades this morning. In one moment, please. Okay, now, if anything, oh, ZY, I should have mentioned ZY. ZY is a buyout. Okay, ZY is a buyout. I think it's a buyout. Company announced it will be acquired by Ginkgo Bioworks in an all-stock transaction valued at approximately 300 million. All right, so ZY, pretty cheap, is being bought out. What is this EV? Another new, well, relatively new. It's an IPO back here. EVEX, EVEX. I'm sorry. So this is still a SPAC, okay. And they are focused on the aviation sector. Okay, so so this is still a SPAC, EVEX. Let's see how EVTL is doing this morning. This was, of course, the big one from a few days ago to deal with American Airlines and Babcock. Yeah, this Rev B is obviously with the Rev B. Sorry, Rev BU is obviously something to do with the Rev B. I took a look at it and the spread, yeah, it's untradeable. Spread is $18.23, $18, $23. So it's untradeable. Cheap one for you guys who like to play the ones under $1. There's VS, up to 49%, lots of volume. Video game support software, okay. So anyway, there's VS versus Systems, Canadian company. Where are you out of? My hometown, Vancouver. Okay, so yeah, so I mean, for those of you who like these ones under $1, VS is in play right now anyway. It's pulled back 75 cents. Actually, it's a pretty big percentage pullback. I don't see any specific news on it, but there's got to be something going, something moving it. Recently announced that it has signed its first television contract for a new sports team focused TV channel, a new sports team focused TV channel expected to be launched in Q4 2022. So that is that was a recent announcement, not today, and that is for VS. Okay, 920. Well, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening with the major sectors. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, dock channel bar, and then sector status. I see oil is up, down, still below 100, but it was up this morning. So my guess it went probably see 100%. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So here's energy, XLE, the major energy ETF. These stocks make up XLE, the stocks you see here. So when you see 100% in green, what that means is that every single stock that makes up XLE is above Friday's close. This is the one, the energy sector is probably the easiest to predict what we're going to see pre-market. It all depends on the price of oil. So if oil's up, most of the time you'll see 100% that the stocks are up from the close. If oil's down, you would have seen 100% red. So anyway, there's energy. Right now, Actually, what is the, okay, so the SPY's in for a positive open to start. Any other big sector moving? Financials, 87% of them are up. Technology, about 50-50. So financials, 87% of them are up. Of course, this is a big week for the from major companies releasing earnings. I think you have Apple and Amazon, and maybe not Amazon, but I think Microsoft, Apple, some of the big ones. I personally don't care about those. The following week is when we start getting into what I call the second and third tier companies that really can have some great moves depending on either up or down, depending on their earnings. And if I can remember at about 10 or 10:15, we'll take a look at this in a different way. We'll look at it the change from the open. So we could see stocks, I'll just use XLE as an example. We could see that the energy stocks are still above the close of Friday, the day before, but but they could be drifting down. And so when we look at the change from the open, we could see it gives you a better picture of what's really happening. And guys, of course, it's all about the races. Racing, racing. Oh, that's all I'm fixating on now. You notice my layout that I display now really is gotten lean. All you're going to see is, as in terms of a scan, is this race scan right here. That's all you're going to see. There's a fabulous, fabulous, well, it's a great week. Fabulous Friday. And I'll go over racing in a bit. Morning, Jim. Well, I could do that, Spanky. You're probably right. I should probably do the auto start. You're probably right. Uh, but the problem is, I guess that's okay. I'm a little early. It was already, yeah. Tomorrow I'll fix that. No, there's no real reason. Usually I know to start it, but a minute before the market opens. In fact, what I'll do right now, just stop it. See if I can. All right, let's see if that works. It's starting already. I don't know why. Well, I thought I changed it to 9:30. See, I have it 9:29. It says 9:29. That's okay. I don't know when, Brian. I can't tell you when. It's obviously I'm able to do it. I can't tell you when. Maybe next week or sometime this week. All depends. It's a development build, of course, and there are other things that have been added to that development build, so they have to make sure that it's relatively bug free. That's my job, because I'm sort of called the power user for trade ideas. So they always give me the latest development version. So I'm usually the one that sees things that are not right. So of course, it's not that they don't want to give it to you, but got to be close because it's right there. You know why I like this now? The edit symbols, where I'm going to be able to use it more. I mean, the whole idea is that, you know, the races are, give me a moment here. So the races are based on this particular top list, the biggest gainers from the open, okay? And most of the things I'm going to want to follow are probably in here, but there could be the odd stock, and I won't necessarily know. This list is going to get really big, you know, once the market opens, okay? So there could be a stock though that, yeah, I wonder if it's in this list. So to make sure, because maybe I've seen it somewhere and I just want to make sure it's being followed. But you know what the biggest reason for me to do this is because this is all the biggest gainers from the open. Plus, I've got a filter in here that the stock has to be up from the close. So I'm looking at stocks that are positive for the day. And now, you know, what are they doing from the open? But there could be a stock that is negative. Okay. In other words, it's down from the close, but maybe it's going to start to move. I won't know that. So you know what? If I see something that I think, this has good maybe bounce capabilities, then maybe I should add this because it'll never show up in here, if that makes sense, because it'll be below the close, but maybe it's starting to move from the open. So that is probably a reason why main reason I'll use it. Wolf, you're saying I'm awfully quiet. I'm not, so make sure you don't have me on mute. Okay, let me get rid of this. I hear a little ding. That must mean William's telling me that less than a minute. Thank you, William. All right, guys. Yeah, less than a minute for the market to open. It's in fact a little more than 30 seconds. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Again, my absolute focus is on the races. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I have made some slight variations of that depending on something maybe in the race, certainly something on the 10-day daily breakdown that is also on an all-time low. Oh, what do I think about HKD? No idea. I mean, you know, that was a crazy one, of course, on Friday. Somebody asked, what do I think of HKD? I mean, I don't know what it's going to do. You know, it's down $10, not very much volume, but you know, you take this one, you got to be awfully careful. All right, guys, we're now open. A little drop for Viru. Just a minute, guys. I'm having some Bluetooth issues. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, phase triggered here on a price alert that I had, FAZE. Oh, that's why, because it's now it's, Well, I want to call this an all-time high. I know it says position and lifetime range is 71%. Must have been, I think this is probably a SPAC before. So when it was a SPAC, it was higher than this price here, 13.15, but this is on the move, FAZE, if all that makes sense. I don't think I saw any specific reason for it. Just a trading vehicle today. I don't see any reason for it. We don't even have any float information on it. Well, listen, guys, I could be completely wrong about the REVB. It is a phase 1B. Typically, these do not do what they're doing right now, but took out the pre-market high now, or it's at almost at the pre-market high. That's Rev B. The next high looking left is 194. That could stall it. I mean, then we've got 284 or so on the weekly chart. So I mean, this has got some room if the enthusiasm continues. I am surprised though. So what is the SPY doing? So the SPY had a bit of a downturn before the market opened, still positive, mildly positive. Dow is slightly up, NAS is slightly up, SPY is slightly up. Okay, this is showing up. SARK is showing up actually. So this is of course the anti Kathy Wood. If you her fund ARK. So if you want to short her fund, you buy this one, SARK. Redbox, we haven't seen. Wow, look at Redbox here, guys. RDBX, haven't seen Redbox for a while. After its insanity of a few, well, almost a couple of months ago, I guess. When did it hit here? June 13th was its high, way up here at around 18. Starting to move now. So Snap's had a bit of a pop, actually. SNAP's had a bit of a pop, closing in on $10. So you see how I've added Weber here, WEBR, and it's showing up even though it wouldn't have unless I'd added it because it's down for the day. But it's trying to have a bit of a trying to have a bit of a pop. PHCF. Let's take a look at this one. PHCF. It's a China stock and wealth investment management company. It's over the 200-day moving average, which is at where are you? $1.08, so it's above the 200-day moving average. And we have wow, Redbox just got halted. RDBX just got halted on the way up. Whoa, Sierra Wireless is hitting, guys. Sierra Wireless is hitting the 10-day daily breakdown. It's a little early. When I say early, for me to take this one, but boy, this is really moving. If it had been an all-time low, I would have hopped on it. Let's take a look left on the daily chart. 22 could be some support area, could be a support area for SWIR. But boy, this is really getting hit here. It's not an earnings play. Just trying to see why. I don't see any specific reason. Okay, so SIGA, okay guys, so SIGA has now had a pop here. Again, monkeypox is in the news again. SIGA. But again, it is early. How did GovX do? GOVX. So GovX didn't do anything. TNXP. TNXP. No, it looks like SIGA is doing the pop on its own, guys, of the monkeypox plays. I'll do the other one, CMRX. CMRX, is it popping also? No, so SIGA's on its own in terms of a monkeypox pop. Say that a few times fast. Look at that. Well, okay, we've got a big red bar in the market now. Big red bar, that first 15-minute candle. So we were already drifting down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We were already drifting down an hour and 15 minutes before the market opened. Now we've opened, so we've got a big red 15-minute candle to start anyway. Okay, early races, the whole thing is, I'm going to wait to see a few of them that keep winning races over and over again. Those are the ones I'll certainly be following all day long. It's very early, of course. This MTech is the problem with MTech for me, it looks like there's just a lot of resistance between 135 and 150. So far, nothing terribly interesting from the races. It's too bad with this MTech that there's, to me anyway, there's all this stuff around 150. Now, this is a low float, 4.5 million in the float. I was really wrong about the PIK last week, thinking there would be too much resistance. And that PIK just blew through everything that I thought might stall it. So, I mean, let's keep an eye on the MTech. All right, SWIR just made another new low briefly. Can it get through 22? Excuse me, can it get through 22? If we can get through 22, I think the next low is around 20.30, $20.30 or so. So if we can get through 22, lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers in terms of a short. Okay, Redbox just resumed. RDBX just resumed. Sierra Wireless, SWIR. I mean, if you're a little more, I'm pretty conservative when it comes to the first 15 minutes. I don't really like to trade in the first 15, but wow. I mean, look at this. No, I didn't take it, but there it is. There's your short. Alert at 2249, 2241 for Sierra Wireless, 2171 right now. SIGA just made a new high, guys. Market high, not taking out the pre-market high. And RDBX is ripping here. I don't see any, it's probably just a meme stock today. I don't see any specific reason for it. Wow. Anybody see any news on this other than maybe it's a short squeeze, one of the Reddit short squeezers? I'm sure it's a pump somewhere, Zach. I mean, it's just, again, I don't see any news on it. Not shortable for me. All right, well, there you are at 10 now, SNAP. So the high looking left is 1111. Okay, there's their high looking left for Snap. All right, guys. Well, Weber's having the pop here. Weber is having a little pop here. Man, Sierra Wireless. Oh, well, I guess I should have taken it. It's almost $1 now from the alert. I see Faye's got halted on the way down. HKD halted on the way down. I don't think it's going to surprise anybody if it just drifts all the way down into the 20s, but we'll see. So GovX, let's take a look at the next high looking left is 134 and then 151. So, I mean, I guess it's got a little bit of room, but it's all about monkeypox. So keeping an eye on SIGA, SIGA. TNXP, another monkeypox play. So actually, when the last time I looked at these were not popping, they were not moving with SIGA. Okay, TBLT sinking here again, guys. So the financing's at 5, not shortable for me, and Interactive Brokers. Yeah, you're just lucky you have shorts, obviously, Zach, for Rev B. Okay, guys, so I guess the trade of the week, it actually did trigger. Okay, the trigger was 1291. Obviously, it's above 1291 right now at 13. You know, how you determine you're going to trade it. If you trade it at all, of course, is up to you. In the email you get, I think the stop is that 20 SMA as usual. I mean, the next high looking, oh, wait a minute, let me make sure of that. Yeah, the next high, well, 1307. So the next high looking left is like 1349 and then 1361 for BGFV. Well, meanwhile, RDBX, yeah, I mean, this is just ribbage here now, guys. I did not take it. A bit of a recovery here, guys. SQSP is having a bit of a recovery. It's only down now 3%. This is an earnings play. SQSP is an earnings play. My only hope for me now with the red box is I don't wish a pullback if you guys are in it, but some kind of a pullback. Yeah, send nothing you can do. It's not user adjustable, so just send something to support at trade-ideas.com and make a suggestion. Okay, here's another one showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. PHG. Whoa, this could be interesting, guys. Look at PHG. This is almost an all-time low. I mean, remember, we don't count the pre-market, but this is basically an all-time low for PHG. You know, this takes out 20. I have to put an alert underneath. Say around 1994 for PHG. Make sure it is shortable. Yeah, lots of shorts available. 2 million at Interactive Brokers. So this gets down to this level, I'm certainly going to be interested on a short for PHG. Meanwhile, RDBX is running away from me. No pullback whatsoever, just completely straight up. So this is, yeah, this has got to be one of those Reddit stocks, short squeeze with that short float 42%, low float 8.8 million. Because I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, PHG is actually an earnings play, isn't it? Yes, PHG is an earnings play. Yeah, I just could not get it. Other than just guessing it was going to keep going higher, but it would have been an okay guess, obviously. Look at SIGA now, guys. So This monkeypox is all over the place. SIGA. Yeah, the only thing this has got, PHCF, the only thing it's got going for it right now is it's holding that 200-day moving average. It's very low float, 4 million in the float. I mean, if it can see its way, I mean, the next high on the weekly chart is way up here at 170. So man, I mean, if it can see its way through all this at 110 and maintain some, it needs a lot more volume. It's only 150,000 shares. Yeah, there's CYH on the move here, guys. So COH is this week. I guess I have earnings this week. Had a nice sympathy pop for some of the other healthcare stocks that released earnings on Friday. Sierra Wireless, that was the one, guys. I just don't like taking them so early. SWIR, alert at 22.41, now at 21.37, over a dollar move. Must have guided, I think they guided poorly. SQSP. This was the news I saw. Share slide and dismal guidance. So they may have, yeah, what they did last quarter, probably pretty good when you just look at it, but it's all about guidance, isn't it? Yeah, it's got a lot of the symbols that I'm following in my watch list. Yeah, on the channel bar. All right, this is a first one I got from your bounce play, Zach. Now this is an earnings play though. Newmont, NEM, obviously not good. NEM is an earnings play. Well, any change I make to the watch list is automatic. Yes, it's a symbol list that gets updated. All right, there's the KRKR starting to move a bit. All right, first 15 in the books anyway. Let's see. Okay, let's take a look at KRKR. Yeah, it is so cheap. It's only a dollar. Yeah, it's not that interesting to me. Okay, there's the KAVL. Okay, so they had some news this morning. Wow, look at this pullback though. Just not really good. It's an EVA play, so they're certainly not not a great sector to be in. But It did have some news, Philip Morris, and something to do with Canada, but just drifted down. I mean, this hit what, 192 in the pre-market. Hard to get too excited about this. See if we can get any sort of a pullback. I mean, we had a bit of a pullback for RDBX. Where are the next highs on that daily chart? I mean, all these little highs looking left did not stall it at all. But you would think it would start to run out of steam. So we've got a minor disconnect in the market. The Dow's up 93, Nas is down a little, 12, SPY's up a little. So a little disconnect between revenue, or sorry, growth stocks and value stocks. All right, guys, EVTL, keep an eye on this one. This one had, of course, a great last week. Actually, I think it started the week before with the deal with American Airlines. And then last week, I think they announced something with Babcock. So keep an eye on this one because the next high looking left on that daily chart is $8.30. If it holds this area, this could get running again. And that is the EVTL. You might want to take a look at it. 721 takes out the high. Kind of like that, guys. All right, let's see if this has any run in it whatsoever. Just pulled back. Big watch on the EVTL, guys. I'm not telling you to take the trade, but you know, the room it's got. All right, RDBX. I'm hearing it. Is it moving higher or is it? Well, it has to be moving higher. A lot of, wow, look at this one. This one was really active last week. Top TLP, well, really active on Friday. I think it was China stock. Yeah, TLP just got halted on the way down. EVTL taking its time. All right. Wow. Siga's been all over the place. This has been a difficult intraday trader. SIGA, very difficult intraday trader. Trend is still higher. NEM is no bounce yet for NEM from Zach Scan. It's an earnings play, obviously not good. Reaction isn't good anyway. Okay, APLT, what is this one doing? APLT, yeah, very cheap one. Next high looking left is 115. If I can get through 115, 120, I just don't see it, having a lot of room to run. EVLT guys, again, I'm not telling you to take this trade, but it's looking really interesting. Okay, so RevB is having actually a little bit of a bounce. Okay, so it's having a bit of a bounce. The next highs are up here at 162. It was a nice bounce from the bottom. Great bounce from the bottom. 21 to 21, 2182, yeah. Okay, EVTL, a little bit of a move here. One more pop. Well, RDBX, I mean, I guess, if you've been really aggressive, these two bottoming tails on the 5-minute chart, and maybe take it around that 480 mark if you've been very aggressive on this pullback for RDBX. Well, pre-market highs, man. I mean that is up at 16. I mean, yeah, anything's possible, William. Pre-market highs are at 16 for SIGA, so that would be over a dollar move from here. All right, guys, the EVTL knocked me out basically for no gain. I was holding on for maybe a 750 move, so I'm gonna have to look at it again. EVTL knocked me out for no gain. So let me put an alert for EVTL about here at 728 or so, see if it takes that back again. Oh, don't chase it, Barry. Boy, it's so hard not to sometimes. I mean, you would think, that 6 could block it, or DBX. You would think maybe 6 could block it. All right, so here's a pull. Well, it's pretty whippy though. Phase, FAZE. What did it get up to? It got up to 1367, pulled all the way down. I mean, it's just too too challenging. I mean, if you've got put a very wide stop on something like this, maybe it'll work, but very disappointed in the EVTL. I thought once it got up to the 730s, it would have a 20 or 30 cent run in it, but not yet anyway. Yeah, the SIGA is definitely gaining traction here. What's the high? 1579. That's the all-time high, 1579, which was about 5 days ago. A lot of halts and zooms today. There's top on the way down. Not shortable for me. TOP is not shortable for me. Just not sure. Well, the pre-market highs actually were right at the all-time highs, I believe. No, I'm sorry. Pre-market highs were above the all-time highs. Again, when you look at pre-market and post-market, they are not counted when you look at stocks in terms of all-time highs or lows. All right, EVTL is right back up again. Take one more crack, another crack at it. Bit of a spread issue, 718, 726, but just because of what it did last week. Yeah, definitely a spread issue now. 720, well, it was 720, 732. Well, that bounce was short-lived for Sierra Wireless. SWIR, right back down again. PHG, yeah, it actually kind of bounced. It did not take out 20. AMRN, another cheap one from last, well, actually, no, it really wasn't doing anything last week. I thought it was doing a lot more. AMRN, what's the next high looking left is 134, so it's right there. And then 138. See, I just don't see it having a lot of room. And this is not a low float, at least according to us. We've got 395 million in the float for AMRN. I just don't see it being able to take out that 150. So even though it's sort of leading a race here, or was, don't know, all these bottoming tails and topping tails with the SPY, we're really having a challenge with direction. SIGA continues to make new highs. Again, discounting the pre-market highs. Take a look at TRHC. Somebody asked me in our YouTube room earlier. It just wasn't really doing too much, but well, I mean, it's still negative. But the next high looking left, yeah, it's $5. So if it gets running again, JCSC. Well, I mean, that was the one that got absolutely slammed last week or on one day. Yeah, I don't know about like for what a bounce. I mean, that just got absolutely. That was the huge miss by me on the short. I mean, look, at some point it might bounce, but boy, this is really a beaten up stock. It certainly didn't bounce the day after or on Friday. So this is Wednesday's action. Thursday, Friday, no bounce at all. Where did you see PGY on the race? You must have had another race set up, perhaps? It's not on mine, but that's okay. I mean, I love I mean, this M Tech is so intriguing to me. I mean, it's only got 4.5 million in the float. I mean, if it can ever take out that 149, 150 level, I mean, it's got room up to two. I mean, well, I guess that there's a high there too, but you can just kind of see if it can break out. And it's all about the float right now. 4.5 million in the float. Well, there's PGY on my race. Market, I mean, again, now with these races, the one I've got, of course, these are biggest gainers from the open, the ones that are really moving the most from the open. I'll explain a little bit better later, but with the market moving down, it'll be interesting to see what sort of alerts we get going forward today. If the market continues like this, now, of course, the red box has no bearing on the overall market. All right, let's take a look at PIC. It is on my yeah, PIK, and that was the one that just astonished me. 145 all the way up to 280 with all what I considered a lot of resistance in the way, and just powered right through it all. Made no, didn't really phase it at all. Speaking of phase, FAZE is down now. All right, guys, Sierra Wireless on the move down again. SWIR on the move down again. It took out that 21. And nothing on the 10-day daily breakouts yet today. That has been a really nice little scan also. So I have very few scans now, excuse me, other than my racing scan. I still will have that one, the 10-day daily breakouts and down. And I will have Zach scans. The bouncers and the toppers, the glance at. All right, PIK just took out or is at the high of Friday. So that SIG is just a tough one to trade, man, oh man. So underneath 15 again. So you're going to trade SIGA, SIGA, you have to have a wider stop if you're going to try to intraday trade it, in my opinion anyway. So I see the AI's got a couple of monkeypox plays in there. I don't think this is shortable. No. So this is showing up. I know you know this, Zach and William, showing up on your topping tail scan. PIK, PIK, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh yeah, PIK on the races on Friday was incredible. Yeah, Dave, here it is. I'm responding to somebody in our YouTube room wanting my homepage. And it's almost time anyway. It's 10:22, so it's almost time for my little spiel. But yeah, just go to the scan section, Dave. Oops, sorry. See if I can delete that. Okay, so go to my homepage and then go to the scan section, and it's the one at the top left is this race here. Meanwhile, our DBX continues to make another new high. Low float, PIK, low float. I don't think we saw any news on this one on Friday either. I don't think. It's just, just ran. Oh, did I see your question? There was a question. Sorry, somebody said, "Did I see your question?" I can't see where that is though. So I'm sorry if I missed a question. Just repost it in the off topic, please. I'm sorry, I just missed it. All right, guys. Well, first of all, if you are new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So I put a link in called my home page. When you click on that link, lots of great information. So if you want to take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, first month only or the entire year. If I click on Get Trade Ideas, here are the 4 plans we've got, an annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium annual is 2,000, standard annual is 1,000. Less the 15%, both cases. The big difference is the AI. Not a lot happened. Well, there are some alerts today. Actually, the AI had a pretty nice day on Friday. I'll go over that later. You don't have to start off with an annual subscription. In fact, don't. Take out a monthly to start, just to make sure you want the product. Okay. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15%. First month only, okay? The discount's good for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll pay 118 or 228 going forward. At any time, if you do want to take out an annual though, we will, and you're in a monthly right now, we'll honor the 15%, okay? If you do take out a subscription, please do this first, should be mandatory. Let's get started. It'll take you 30 minutes, 10 short videos. Starts off with a download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Please do that so you're at least familiarize yourself a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. I do a stock of the day video at noon. This is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This is free also. And this week's is BGFV. Let me see how it's doing. BGFV. It did trigger. 1291 was the trigger. So, I mean, it's a little bit above it, but how you trade these, of course, is completely up to you. They are designed for longer term holds. You get the email, it's all kind of laid out for you. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting them, please check your spam box, okay? Or with Gmail, maybe your promotional filter box. Education, right here. We have a big education section on my homepage. Of course, the user guide. You should have already done the getting started. At the very least, you should know what an alert window is, a top list window is, okay? And you'll hear me talk about the stock racing all the time. So in this first row here, at least in mine, concentrate on this. Afterwards, you can figure out how to make a price alert on a chart, sound alerts on your individual windows if you want. Okay, but these are, knowing what an alert window is and a top list window is, and the whole basis behind the stock race, I think those are probably the three most important sections. So don't get hung up on how much we've got. Just concentrate on this, on alerts, top lists, and stock racing. And I'm sorry, let's keep going down here. So in that education section, so there's the guide. Daily support. I take a break at noon between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today is Monday, so it should be Chris Varley. I'll make sure of that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. Also, Chris is there between Monday and Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars. This week we are on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Last week it was Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here, all free. And back to basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Put this together. If you're new to trading, great series to get started. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay. All free. Obviously, though, if you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber. So this is the race mode. So the race I keep talking about all day long. This one right here. This is the race mode. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. You'll hear me refer to Zach's top bouncers and toppers. But I have a lot of different scans here that you might want to take a look at. Pre-market actives up and down are what I look at in the pre-market. So there was a lot of information on my homepage. You save my link, then you can look at all that anytime you want. Now, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you on my homepage that I'm sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans that we have created for you. Up here meaning if you click on new on the toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, you'll see we have all these channels here. These are all theme-based channels. So the idea I'm really trying to show to you right now is that you can go to the different channels. So I'm going to take a look at the explosive winners channel. This channel, this race that you see here is in essence the race that I'm running. I've made some modifications to my style, bit of a increase the minimum volume, change the price range and all that, but that's what the race is based on. Okay. Just give me a moment. I want to go to another channel because I'm going to go to the dot channel bar again. So I'm going to click on the momentum channel. Here's another very popular channel. All right, so you see this little A in the top left-hand corner. That means it's an alert window. So this is what Trade Ideas is really good at, creating real-time alerts for situations. Situation meaning this. So this is this scan says momentum. So let's take a look at it. I right click, configure, summary. This is going to tell me exactly what the scan is looking for. So if the price is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal, minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. Always start off, these are all the filter icons. All of these filters have to be met, all the values, all the filters, and then of course, so the stock has to be between 1 and 50, and the current volume, or the volume is right now at least 100,000 shares, etc. These are all what we call ands. So if all these conditions are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see beat. Okay, if I click on beat, you can see right there on that 15-minute chart, beat made a new high right up here. New high for the day. That's what Trade Ideas is really good at. We've got all sorts of real-time alerts that you can construct. So for instance, if you like this scan and you wanted to make it part of your layout, all you have to do is right click and then duplicate into a free floating window. I'm going to click on that. So why do you do that? Well, this is a layout, so it's within the layout. So all you're doing is you're taking it outside of the layout. So it is, just like I said, free floating. Okay. Now, if you like the scan exactly the way it is, then you can save this to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Okay. But if you wanted to make a modification, maybe you like the different price range, for instance. So you would right click, configure, summary, and again, you see what it's looking for. If you wanted to make a change, you want, instead of 1 and 50, you want 10 and 100. Okay, say okay a couple of times. Now it has been changed to 10 and 100. Now, you don't have to do that, of course. If you like the scan exactly the way we've designed it, you can just save it to the cloud immediately, or you can make your change and then you save it to the cloud. So again, this is not what I am not trying to show you exactly like all the ins and outs of using Trade Ideas. I'm giving you an overview, but this is why we created these channels with the different scans in. I just wanted to show you how easy it is to take a look at a scan and then save it to the cloud, make a change if you want, save it to the cloud, and then what you can do is bring back the scans that you saved to the cloud one at a time. Again, file load from cloud, and all this is in the guide, and you will see it. And if you've never done this before, you'll see it right at the top. Just highlight it, load it, and then highlight another one, load it. And in that fashion, you can create your own layout without actually having to create any scan from scratch. Okay. Now, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. I'm going to right click on this one. There are no alerts yet for the 10-day daily breakout, but I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to click on configure this time instead of, configure. And now instead of summary, I'm going to click on search. And when I click on search, we see these icons. These are all the real-time alert icons. So right at the top, the new high, new low for the days, but we have a lot of other alerts, real-time alerts. If I scroll down a little bit more, when we see these filters, these are the, when we see these icons, these are the filter icons. So do not get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2006, made a determination, they figured that most people would not want to have to create their own scans. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them. All sorts of different trading styles out there, but they thought we create enough of them, they could combine them if they want to create their own scans. So we give them enough that they can do that. But you don't have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on how many we have. If you want to spend, a Friday afternoon once the market's closed, or a weekend, you want to look at them all, fine. You just right click on help, and then you'll see all the list of them, and you can kind of scroll through them all and just see what they're all about, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay, now I'm just going to go over the AI. If you have our premiums, oh, look at this AMTD, guys. This was the really crazy, let it go, AMTD. This was the really crazy one, kind of worked in conjunction with the HBK or HKB, whatever it is. Gotta find that symbol again. Another, it's on a low float, at least we don't have it being a super low float. Well, you know what? I mean, if it takes out the high Friday, 264 was the high on Friday, that could really get it rocking again. So again, if you have our premium service, then you have access to our AI. I would make it very easy on yourself. Just click on new from the toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is the window that you're going to see. And these are the alerts. I think there have been some other ones, but I sort on the any profitable trades. I just, you know, when I can pay a little more attention to this, I use it just like a watch list. Okay. And so you can see right there, a couple of Monkeypox plays, TNXP and GOVX. But how you trade it will be up to you. You know, I mean, the TNXP, you know, I mean, if it gets running again, it could have, you know, I mean, it's possible, but it's very, I mean, I would keep an eye on SIGA to see what SIGA is doing at the same time. But the AI works like this. I mean, you have an entry, you have an entry and you have a stop. And again, I like, you know, there's no video that's going to say, here's how you should trade the AI. If you go to the guide, you'll get an explanation about what the AI is all about, but you're not going to get a video that says, well, okay, if you get this TNXP, this is what you should do. Okay. And last, this window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. It's upper left-hand corner, the big blue screen. We call this Brokerage Plus. So I put the Brokerage Plus link in, and first of all, this is only available if you're using our downloadable version. Okay, if you're using the web-based version, unfortunately, Brokerage Plus nor are the races available. You have to be using the app, the downloadable application. Okay. So I put the Brokerage Plus link in. There are two videos. One's a short video if you have an Interactive Brokers account, or an E-Trade account, shows you how you can use this to trade from within Trade Ideas. If you don't have an E-Trade or Interactive Brokers account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. You know, we're a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. How I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Paper trader. Okay, you'll notice it says sim, two options underneath the Brokerage Plus. One says live, one says sim. Let me back that out up again, because this is what you'd see. So to load the Brokerage Plus window, you click on new from the toolbar and then Brokerage Plus. Now you may have different columns from me, but you know, that's up to you. But this is what it should look like. It should say not connected. So when you click on sim, the not connected will change to account. Then you click on account, and then you'll see a little box will pop up and it should say simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. Now you can practice trading. So I really encourage you to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Very simple to use. Just click on an alert. I clicked on TBLT. TBLT showed up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. Once you've done all that, then you click the buy button and then you click send, and that'll set up the order. So please practice trading before you commit money to the market. Now, let's talk a little bit more in detail about this, the racing and all. The basic concept behind the races is that you start off with a top list window, okay? A top list window. Now, I'm using the biggest gainers from the open percent, okay? That's what this race is based on. But of course, you can create your own top list window and run a race based on it. For instance, if you just wanted to follow, your favorite stocks, maybe you've got a basket of stocks that you want to follow, you would create a top list window, attach that watch list to it, and then you could run a race on it as an example. But the whole concept of the racing is this. I'm going to sort on the chain. In fact, first, before I do that, I want to duplicate the window. So a top list window, the real purpose of the top list window for years has been the ability to have all these different column headers, and you can pick and choose what column headers you want. So for instance, here's the change from the open percent. So if I double left click quickly on it, right now this is telling me that Redbox, RDBX, it's leading the way was at 77% on the change from the open, okay? NA is at 49%, PIC 38, etc. That's all well and good. But when I stare at this, I really can't tell if Redbox is moving right now. I see it's when I rank it, yeah, it's at the top, but is it moving right now? Yeah, I could click on the relative volume, Let me do that. Is that right? No, just give me a moment. Okay, so Redbox, very high relative volume. It's trading 15 times normal. But can I tell it's moving right now? I can't really tell anything that's happening here. Let me get back to the change from the open though. So again, I can stare at this. I can see that 73.5 might change to 73.4 maybe, but that'd be pretty tough if you're just trying to stare at a list to see if something is moving. What if something down here is really starting to move? I would have no idea that that's happening. So that is what the racing is all about. Now, how I run my races is I like to run them every 4 minutes. You don't have to do the same. If you want to run your race every 1 minute, every 2 or 10 minutes, that's fine. I decided just for me that I'll run a race every 4 minutes. So what does that really mean? Once this race is over and there's 20 seconds left, a new race will begin. Everybody starts off equally then. Okay. Imagine this, like any other race, everybody's starting off at the same starting line. And then boom, the race starts. If a stock is, and again, I'm looking for the biggest change from the open, and everybody is going to be the same when the race starts. And this will then tell me what stock is really starting to run from the open. Doesn't have to be now again, it doesn't have to be the stock that is the most up from the open. It could be some stock. I have to get it here. It could be some stock that say only 4.5% above the open are REI. And all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it starts to move. Now it's at 4.5, 5.5, 6, 7, 10%. I'd never know that. Never, never, never would I know that. But I don't have to stare at this to see if something's moving. I can just let my race tell me. So right now, NA, is starting to run here. Okay, you can just sort of see it. You can just see it. It had pulled back. Now it's starting to run. Now, does it mean it's going to run forever? We don't know that, but it's at least it's something that you should probably click on just to see. There's the AMTD. Now you see, this is another way to use the races because it's not at the high of the day anymore. It pulled back, but now it's starting to move again. Maybe that gives you a good pullback play. Okay. So, the races, for me, I was a person that only had all my alert windows were all based on stocks making new highs of the day or new lows for the day. That's the only way I would see this. So with old me, I would only see AMTD again if it hit 251. New me, though, can now see it if it pulls back and starts to run. Now, does that mean I'm just going to hop into this? Not necessarily, but at least I'm alerted to it. I know this is happening. Okay. And what this allows me to do is focus on one window almost exclusively for the whole day. Instead of my jumping around from alert window to alert window, topless window to topless window, I can just kind of follow this all day long. And what you can see happening is all of a sudden, I'm going to take a look at AMTD. Okay. AMTD came in at 3:30 to the races, probably a little bit earlier, maybe about 2:45 to 3 o'clock on Friday. This was not active at all until then. Look what happened. Okay. All of a sudden out of nowhere. So in the afternoon, we might see a stock that just out of nowhere starts to move. Okay, which is really cool. Again, you'd never know it. You'd never, never, never know it by staring at a topless window. I mean, look at pick. I mean, once it took out that high again of 279, look at it moving, just having a tremendous day again. The pick was sort of the same. Pick out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Well, that was 11:15, but before then, it didn't do anything. Had the big pop. I kind of dismissed it. I thought it was going to come into a lot of resistance, and then it just started to move again. So I'm not saying that the racing, just because something is winning a race, you just pile into the trade. I mean, it still requires, some chart reading ability and all, but at least you can focus on one window. One of the common complaints we have is that, I don't know what to look at. I've got too many alert windows open. I've got too many topless windows open. I'm clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. At least this way allows you to focus on one window. And I like to sort of, it's a hybrid. It's sort of the best of both worlds. A list of stocks that you think you might want to follow with real-time alerts. Okay, so it's sort of a hybrid between alert windows and topless windows. AOSS. Whoa. And it's halted. I'm going to add that symbol in if it's not in that. Now, this is something that you guys can't do yet. Hopefully, maybe this week, this in a release that'll be available, you'll be able to add symbols. Just yeah, that's the one that. In fact, that was even crazier. But what's happened here? Did it? What did it do here? Did it do a reverse split or something? Because I don't see anything before November of last year. And yeah, I mean, cost was that one that went crazy with GME. Well, we're in for a big open maybe for the cost, KOSS. So this had a very low float, 4 million. And so look at this. This is a potential open. Now, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt at 893 for KOSS. And this is the, the potential open. Now, typically these are 5-minute halts. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open about a minute, sorry, half a minute from now, maybe. Actually, about 41 seconds from now. And this is what I mean. 10:49, 11 seconds. So this will open at 10:54 plus 11 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. So I'll keep this up here. And see how that still says 10:10. Now, that's not written in stone or anything, but okay, if it's going to open, it's going to open in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, didn't open. So typically, if they're not 5-minute halts, they're usually a multiple of 5. So this could be a 10-minute halt. So NA, Nano Labs, what's the high over here, is 1340. Well, let's see if this one has this craziness. 12 million in the float, China stock. Now, guys, very risky this one, okay? Super risky. Zach is saying that might only be a million in the float. But it's above that high right there of 12. It takes that out again. I mean, the next high is 1340. You just never know. He's teasing right now at that 12 level for NA. That's that high right over here. Hey, what about PIK here? PIK taking out this high here around 350 or so, 348. Okay, guys, EVTL looks like it's getting ripe again. No, man, that's why I'm saying, guys, with that NA, you had to be awfully, it didn't take 12 out again. So that was the key thing. I do have a, I do have an alert set for 12, I think, for the NA here. Yeah, I got a, maybe right here, 12, yeah, just over 12. See if it takes it out again. There's EVTL guys now, finally, maybe now it'll start to just hold these gains here. NCNA, and oops. How is Redbox doing now? RDBX? Yeah, so now we're getting the little pullback here. So if I were watching this one really closely, I'd probably be putting an alert around maybe 504 to see if it gets close to that 5 level and if 5 holds it. You can just sort of see a little action right around that 5 level. So if 5 holds it for a bit and maybe bounces off there. So this is a way, in to use the price alerts in conjunction with the races. Okay, you get something that's interesting from the races, but maybe you want to see it if it comes down to a level, a certain price level, or either breaking above or getting on a pullback. Create the price alert. Yeah, this is almost like a news halt. I mean, you have the news, but this is over a 10-minute halt now for KOSS. Oh boy, look at this. I mean, look where it could open, guys. 1137. How come though? I don't have anything. Did they do a bunch of reverse splits or something again? Because I don't have any information on cost before here. And I know this was one. Yeah, this is back in January of 2021 when GME and all the other crazy ones went nuts. And this was up like 150 odd dollars. So I don't have time to find out why we're not getting, like, why it says right here on that monthly chart for KOSS, November 2021 instead of January. Yeah, I mean, this NA gets back over 12. I mean, it could have another run in it. So that's all I'm kind of looking at, but it's highly risky. See, now, why is Redbox doing like at the top here, sort of the top of the leaderboard right now? And notice how, I mean, this is what it's all about. I mean, stocks, as they start to progress, they supplant somebody at the top of the leaderboard, maybe. And the other thing is, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to say, okay, do I want this or not? As the race is happening, I mean, you see something that it's at, 2.8%, then at 3, and then at 4 and at 5, click on it, see what's happening. Okay, you don't have to wait for the race to be over. I'm hearing phase, guys. FAZE, FAZE. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:03. I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, let's see now. EVTL is starting to run a bit here. How's that? Okay, so the PIK has actually had a pretty big pullback percentage-wise from 350 down to 3. No, I know. I'm sorry. I had to step away for 5 minutes. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening here in the races. Yeah, this monkeypox stuff is really tough. I mean, very, very difficult. I've said this from day one. I think there was only one day in which I was able to trade SIGA in a more or less orderly fashion, but it is really a choppy one to trade, SIGA. Yeah, boy, this is a long halt, guys. People who are in this one and early and are halted now at 893 are just saying, come on, open, 1157, 1157. But I still can't figure out why we only have going back to this month for costs. I have no idea. You have to just, I mean, that NA is, it's intriguing just because of what it could do. So TBLT is holding the, okay. I don't know what the financing price is. I don't think, all I know it's a $20 million private placement, but I don't know what the financing price is. I don't think it's been announced yet for TBLT. And if it has been, then maybe somebody can put the price in. All right, so here's one that just is showing up, right? HYPR, hyper. Okay, yeah, 175, and it looks like there could be some resistance here around that 175 mark. I mean, if it can keep progressing higher and higher, I mean, 282 is the next, way up here. It's just, I just find it hard to pull the trigger on these when I see all these little areas where it could stall. All right, like super, super, super risky. But look at the NA. It crawled all the way back, got all the way back up to that 12 level from 1024. Very risky. Very, very risky. Okay, guys. Well, I mean, again, very risky. Very, very risky. Ugh. And you're going to deal with a horrible spread sometimes with the NA. I'm only pointing this out because there are going to be some in the room that are, interested in something like that. But I mean, if you're new to trading, I would be shying away from it. Hyper news. Let me see if there's any news on it. HYPR. Wow. I mean, yeah, look at this. Look at this. I mean, look at the volume that came in. It's, releasing earnings on the 10th, so it's got nothing to do with that. I don't see any news. I'm sure we're not going to have it here. Yeah, I don't see any news right now. All right, guys, KOSS just resumed. Woo, look at this. Look at this big, big pop up. Jumping right to the top of the leaderboard, as you can see, based on that big, big change from the open now. All right, guys, well, can cost hold that 12 level? All right, where could it go to if it can hold that 12 level? The next high is 1326 on the monthly. That is, yeah, so it's above these highs over here in the weekly. Can that news sustain it? So they reached the deal on the AirPods patent case, but I wonder how much money that got cost. I'm just really waiting to see if it takes out 12 again. I may hop on it. Whoa! Okay, guys. Well, that was so quick, 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 quick. I'm out some. I just said if it takes out 12 again, I had my buy already in there, sort of a conditional buy order. I've taken some out though. I don't know where this is going, and that's on the costs. I mean, I just said I'm waiting for it to take 12 out, and it happened like boom. So you see how these price alerts can work, guys. Wow. Well, that was fun. There are shorts available. Yeah, there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers also. So I see if I want to do the reverse now. I'm out of it completely, guys. That was just a quick hitter for me. Almost got to 13. Almost. Rattler. RTLR. I remember seeing Rattler when I was demonstrating the momentum scanner in our channel, and it was moving. RTLR. Yeah, I mean, I'm out of the cost. I mean, the cost is all over the place right now. I'm not going to. I mean, this could go even higher, I suppose. 1513 is the next high. 1605. 1326. Sorry, 1326 is the next high. That looks like that's on the monthly chart, but real risky now. Whew. Meanwhile, let's see what Redbox is doing. Yeah, well, I can't beat myself too much because of the cost. But I mean, remember I was just saying with the Redbox, you can play these like pullback plays. Something is. I mean, Redbox is not at the day's high, but we started seeing it right here in that previous 15-minute candle. It was winning a race, moving up on the leaderboard, and now it's at the top of the leaderboard because of that green candle there. Again, I would never have seen that unless it took out 6, because that's what all my alerts were designed to do, is to take out the highs of the day. Well, okay, I'm going to do something crazy. With the costs, I am going to put an alert right at the high here at 1290 and see if it takes that out. Doesn't mean I'm going to take the trade if it takes out 1290, but I do want to know about it and look at RDBX. So that's well, I can't call it my fault, but I mean, look at the pullback, started to win a race right there, the previous 15-minute candle, winning a race again, leading way up on the leaderboard. Can you not see the benefit? Even though some of you might think, well, I still don't know how to trade them. I get it. I do get it. Okay. But can you not see the benefit of just having one window to look at instead of, flitting around all over the place? One window to look at and following, why I've got this, like this. It's telling me Redbox won 8 races today. That's it. That's why it's in the number 1 position. This PHCF won 4 races today, as an example. Okay, that doesn't mean that PHCF is going to do anything, but I'd be watching it still. I'd be watching it to see if it later on in the day it starts to do something. Meanwhile, guys, I just mentioned Rattler. Look at Rattler on the move here. RTLR. Now, here's an example of I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it is. It's showing up here. It's in that list. I have to admit, I'm not sure why it's, see, I see it's in the list down here. I'm not sure why it's not showing up here yet, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Meanwhile, I'm just looking, believe it or not, I do have an alert set for GME. Okay. And my alert is set at, I think, 30, what is it now? 39.23. Why 39.23? Remember, this is split adjusted now. They did a 1-for-4 forward split. And so when they did the forward split, it was at, I think, 158 something, which would have been the equivalent of 39.23. So it is, I mean, a lot of people thought that once they did that, their forward split, that yeah, there'd be tons of buying action. I'm not saying it'll never happen, but it's certainly not reacting the way I think a lot of the Reddit crew thought. Okay, now look at SBIG, guys. SBIG was last week. This was it last week? Oh yeah, the cannabis. That's right. This is a cannabis play. SBIG is a cannabis play. Mike, how long are your races? Mine are 4 minutes. Just out of curiosity, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. 3 minutes. Okay, that's why. HUSA. HUSA is so some of these little, like Rattler is a little energy play. How's Indo doing? Indo's not good, but HUSA, HUSA, has been in play before. Well, guys, GovX has not been a bad play from the AI on a percentage basis. 113 to 128, not a bad play. Um, it is not chopping around quite as much as SIGA, SIGA. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:30. So in about half an hour, not Michael, Chris Farley will take over in our YouTube room. I'm just going to confirm that it is going to be him. You know what? I should have been looking at this Zen V. Look at Zen V now, guys. Zen V. Zen V. Coming off the bottom here, trying to make a move here. Zen V out of this nice little consolidation, some volume coming in, and that is the Zen V. NEM never really bounced. Yeah, NEM is from Zach's bounce scan. It's an earnings play. It hasn't really bounced. Oh, so glad I didn't, attempt to think that NA on that right here was going to take out 11 again or 12 again. Yeah, I haven't really looked. Oh, you know what? I always forget to do this. Let's take a look at the from the dock channel bar. Now I'm going to look a little bit differently. Let's take a look at how the stocks have moved from their open. Now remember, at one point, 100%. Okay, so actually the energy plays have still been pretty strong because what we were watching here, if you looked at this 10 minutes before the open, which I typically do, and because then it's going to tell me the change from the close, okay, of the day before, which was Friday. So 100% of the stocks were above Friday's close, and 95% of them are still above today's open, like the opening print or their opening trade. So energy has remained strong. Technology, though, for instance, has drifted down. Only 25% are above the open today. When we looked at this in the pre-market, I think it was about 70% were above the close on Friday. So that's how things can really change. Look at retail, 76% below the open today. So if you're looking at, say, a Nordstrom's or a Macy's or some of the big retailers, more than likely, and you were shorting them, more than likely, you know, that you'd be in the right on the right side of that trade. All right, here's another little monkeypox play trying to break out of here, guys. CMRX, two was holding and trying to make a little bit of a move here. CMRX. Yeah, the famous 11 a.m. bounce zone. Well, certainly, time is it? What candle is that one? That's the 11:15. So 11 o'clock, no, but 11:15, and now the 11:30 candle is bouncing. Great opportunity though on that pullback for RDBX. If you were able to follow it closely, great opportunity on that pullback. You get it around, that 540, 550 mark. Yeah, so it's on my homepage, SS. I'll give you the link. Just click on my homepage link. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room wanting my race. So just click on my homepage link, go to the scan section, and you'll see it. When you click on the scan section, there it is, race mode, okay? All right, guys, so 11:35, I just want to confirm that it's going to be Chris in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, RDBX, unbelievable, keeps running here. Well, I'll have to see what happens with this one tomorrow. I mean, it got up to almost 18 a few months ago, I guess, or a month and a half ago. June 13th, what are we now? Yeah, so about 5, 6 weeks ago. Yeah, that actually, I don't have that on your bounce play. Probably was early, probably before 9:40. I don't have that one on your bounce play, the PHG, but certainly nice, nice bounce. Okay, Zach, just for you. I'll do that for tomorrow. I was so lucky with the cost, guys. I mean, that was that was about the quickest trade I've made in a long time with the cost KOSS. So I have I've reduced the number of charts I'm looking at. I've reduced more alert windows and top list windows. I'm very lean now when it comes to the number of, well, windows that I've got, including charts. And I can see right off the bat, even though it's not perfect yet, that this is a lot better in terms of how the stocks are moving up. I've hardly had any lag. Yeah, the Rev V was never short for or never available. I mean, that was, but my absolute bias, had I had shorts, was to short this thing. I was surprised it had that move, at the beginning of the day, but that was my absolute bias. Phase 1B, I mean, come on. Just not shortable for me. And the answer is yes. So Chris will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes when I take my break. Take my break between 12 and 1. Let's take a look at TH. It's I still have this on my watch list, I think, TH. Yeah, I mean it's still, finally. You see, the last few days, 6 days, it's just kind of been stuck in this range here. Of course, this had the tremendous run from $4 up to 12. And now it looks like it wants to break out a little bit, and it's a lifetime high, okay, for the TH. And what's the volume like? Pretty good, 800, 2 times normal. Not a huge float. 26 million in the float, so certainly not a huge float. EVTL, guys, is kind of doing its thing again. And chopping around a little bit today, but All right, let's take a look at how's this Icelandic stock is starting to pick its way off the bottom. ALVO doesn't trade very much. Now, I mentioned on Friday that, let's see if we can find one here. What I'm going to do here, guys. So I mentioned on Friday that uh, it may be difficult to see, but you'll see sometimes the stock is, call it like moving up on the leaderboard. Look at, okay, if you can, well, look at TNXP. If you can just see that red tail, you see how it gets red? So in other words, at one point TNXP was over here, and then it pulled back. This is a way, I haven't tried it exactly, but this is a way in which you might be able to look at a short. Okay. So in other words, let's just say here's SBIG. Okay, so let's click on SBIG right now, 237. But what if all of a sudden it really started to pull back? You'd see a big red flame, like you see how TNXP. I don't know if you can really see it. It doesn't last that long. But if SBIG really starts to pull back, you'll see a big red section, and the redder it gets towards the end. So that could mean if you click on it, that maybe there's some capitulation, depending on it. You check the chart to see, man, is this really looking like it's capitulating? And now that here's the pullback. So you can kind of look at it in another way, say, well, maybe I could take a short on it. Again, I haven't tried that, but it's certainly something that I'm aware of. When you see these these big red flames. And just speaking about the SBIG, look at this thing. Look at it run here now. Cannabis play. No, okay, wait a minute now. They may have changed. Okay, no, I guess it is a cannabis play, but I mean, they're talking about texts, emails, SMS marketing, etc., customer feedback system. So when it's a cannabis play, but it provides marketing software to the cannabis industry. Okay, so it's not a cannabis play. No, they're not a grower. It's hard to get too excited about anything cannabis. Let's take a look at MJ, see what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, we had this little pop here. Maybe, your Senate, which will never approve it, but now it's starting to drift back down again. Yeah, that was the better play, obviously, to short KOSS, rather than the instant gratification of that long. But now it's under 10. Yeah, I mean under 10 now. The longer it holds under 10, because it came from 760, 780 or so. Yeah, GovX. Hey guys, I mean GovX is doing well. 113 from the AI, 138 now on a percentage basis. I mean, where could it go to? I didn't take it. 151, maybe the 150 mark will stall it, but this is what we're talking about. This is the AI. So a couple of the monkeypox plays. I mean, SIGA now turns out to be the worst one. But look at GovX, 113, 138, TNXP, 133, 146. 21% though, 9% here. This is the AI in action. I just kind of lost sight of them because I thought SIGA was just all over the place, and I just assumed that the other ones would do the same. But now PIK, yeah, DAC is pick. Yeah, IEA is a buyout, guys, and the buyout is by, who is it by? M something or other? MTZ. No, this has recovered pretty nicely, actually. But this is a couple things going on with MTZ. So they're buying IEA, $14 a share, yes, but they're also guiding. I mean, they don't release until the 4th, August the 4th, but they're also prepping the market that we're guiding lower. Okay, so lowers their earnings guidance, citing higher costs. Okay, so that is the MTZ. So yes, it's rallying a bit. Meanwhile, Rattler just made another new high, guys. RTLR. Looks like the next high is 1375. 1375 maybe on the daily chart. Phase is coming off here, guys. Off this little bit of consolidation. FAZE. I mean, it broke through 13. That was a great, if you saw this phase as it was starting to going to win a race. I want to rephrase it. Moving up on the leaderboard, moving up on the leaderboard. Okay, that's what this is all about. Moving up on the leaderboard. Stock doesn't have to be right at the top, but if a stock is starting to move up the leaderboard, keep an eye on it. Click on it. Don't just keep an eye on it. Click on the alert. See what's happening. Long S-big. Interesting. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. Chris is not in the room yet, but I'm just going to put the announcement in that I'm going to be taking my break. All depends on when you start the race, SS, okay? I mean, there's nothing more magical than that. It all depends when you started your race. You probably, there he is.
Here I am.
There he is. Just give me a moment. Chris, as I delete my music so I can hear you more clearly. There you go. How are you?
We're doing all right over here. Another exciting day.
Yeah, definitely another exciting day. So even the AI is,
I know it must have heard me talking smack about it last week and a lot.
Yeah.
So that's all I can figure. Show me who's
Yeah.
boss.
Well, the two top ones are these monkeypox plays, but I was looking at SIGA, which is SIGA, of course, which is kind of the leader, and I didn't see it doing anything. I thought it just chopping around, so I was very surprised to see those other two, especially the GovX, just great percentage move.
Yeah,
From where the
I
AI.
saw them in the early pre-market that they had such a high percentage on the volume for today already. And you see a lot of those in the morning. I was like, yeah, I'm guessing monkeypox is the only thing I could figure. So there you have it. So
there you have it.
Yes, there I have it.
There you have it.
I will get you out of here, and we'll see you in about an hour.
Okay, you will.
Oh, I got to switch screens. Whoops.
You do have to do that
too. I got so distracted. There we go. We're in, and you're off.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
We'll see you in a little bit, Barry. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So happy Monday, everybody. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. Relaxing, got out, saw the sun, a walk, a hike, something of that nature. And we're right back to it again today. Lots of exciting stuff here. Really leaving where we left off last week. AMTD. It's got a nice little pattern forming here. So we saw last Friday going into the close, it's a massive spike here. And we gapped down on it this morning. Created a daily range low here. Really held that. Made a nice move off of that. Really, really nice move off of that right there. And kind of consolidating since. We could even look at it as a symmetrical triangle going on right here. So we'll see where that leads. Would like to see some volume come back into it. And volume being relative in the sense that it's already traded almost 7 mil shares and doing, 51 times what it normally would do to this point in the day for that average there. But, we can see on the day the declining volume. And so I would like to see that come back on a little bit, but certainly active, and especially, starts to scoop back up over this 220 level, got to look at that. PIK, same thing, picking up where it left off more than less last Friday. And just, another great over $1 move on this here. Already just those two stocks alone, really actionable ideas. And then, Bohr, if you want something a little more boring, really nice move off of Bohr here. This has been on this scan, on and off all day. Just it hasn't been winning a lot of races, but it's been second and third place a bunch of times. So, you can't just look at the winners. You got to look at the whole scan. But Bohr has been on here since this morning. And nice little gap up, went sideways off of that and just kind of really started climbing the rest of the day here. So I think energy's doing all right today. So I'm sure it's getting some kind of lift from that. Take a look. Well, I had, sorry guys, I had this whole chat closed, or I had the wrong chat open. My apologies. So Mike C, what's happening? Iris, how are you? Raj, always good to see you. I just want to set a timer here for when Barry comes back, so I don't have to leave my earphones on the whole time. There we go. Timer is set. Earphones are out. That's much better. So, like I said, exciting stuff here with these races or scans, or, racing scans, however we want to call them. Now, there's other things that have come through here that have been some pretty good alerts through them, some easier than others, but Redbox, those are 3 pretty clean 15-minute bars. We get a little pullback here and then another move off of that. FAZE, this one a little tougher. Spread has come in within a 1, 2, 3 pennies. It's also expanded out about 20 cents or so also. But again, I go back to, they're not all easy, they're not all clean, just that simple. But look at, the way that they kind of climbed right here and burst it off that 8 EMA. And again, it's not a magic indicator or anything, what I happen to use. So, sometimes it's working nicer than others for me. And that happens to be a nice one right there. What else? NA was another one in a China play. This thing went bonkers for a minute here. Come back down to earth as far as volume goes for the moment. But again, if we look left, always got to line stuff up to the left. Look at where kind of ran out of steam up here, prior high looking back. So we'll see if it can pick some volume back up again, kind of a similar look to AMTD up here. Oops, terrible arrow. And so that is that. And then, if we go through here on, so, up here on this, I've got just the top 10 winners. Here's all winners. So, you've got some other things that have done some crazy stuff and maybe worth watching later in the day, KOSS, GENI, not so much. Let's see what else we have come through. SBIG, here's another one. 800,000 shares traded on the day. Volume picked up later into the day. Let's see if it can do that again. We look left, big level here, but as we clear that, if we clear that, we've got some room up to that 3 range. But, keep things, in perspective. It's up to this point 20%, and that's with this big pullback already, right? 18 times normal volume, or a little more than 18. So, you lost your buy sell on the chart. Jim, what's happening? You don't have your buy sell up here at all, or they're just grayed out. If they're grayed out, it means you don't have a strategy selected. What else? What else? What else? Was there anything else worth noting here? ZY, I thought this one might do something here, but really just kind of hung here. That's it for now. Iris, send us an email into support at Trade-Ideas with the screenshot of your charts. Unless if you're on the web version, then you wouldn't have the buy and sell at all because the web version doesn't have it. But send us an email there saying it's gone. And there's things when you send an email, we can look on our back end and try to take a look there. Yeah, so I thought ZY might look all right here. Got this curling action that's here. So is it going to curl and roll over, or is it going to find its legs off this base and move up? And the reason why I thought, maybe, it came down and tested, almost filled that gap. And then as we look left here, it's not a bad mountain that it could possibly climb once again, and we think of things in percentage basis, to go from this 240 area to $3 is, pretty nice percentage move. You can't really argue that. So again, I think there is no bigger cheerleader of these races than myself at this point. It's funny now too. I see some screenshots and things being posted either on Twitter or, questions coming in with screenshots to us, and people still have the cars up. And I really like the way we have it now with the stock symbols instead of the cars. I like this much better than the cars. Not that I thought there was anything wrong with the cars. I was one of those people that didn't, wasn't going to be fazed by something like that. But I get that it, doesn't look quote unquote professional or whatever. I don't know, but for some reason this just looks a little sleeker, a little nicer to me with these here. So that's that. What else? And sorry, just checking a few things here. So we've got the market continuing to play quote unquote nasty with us. And this is what I mean by that again. Let's bring up a SPY real fast. And we talked last week a whole bunch. This declining trend line and how we broke it. And we've gotten 1, 2, 3 closes above it. And we discussed this line here as well, around 393-ish, give or take. And, we flirted with it on Thursday. We flirted with it on Friday, but we closed above it both days. And today, again, we've come down and messed with it a few times here and just kind of held. But I mean, look at that choppy and sloppiness. That's an ugly 15-minute chart from the SPY right here. Fed day on Wednesday. I guess everybody says they're going to hike 75 basis points. So I suspect if that's what the market's telling everybody, I suspect Jerome Powell's going to listen to the market for whatever that's worth. Not that I have any special insight on it or anything like that. And all those good things. But so I think we're going to see, I think we're going to see light volume moving into it. And again, so this is going to be one of those weeks where, perhaps if you have been struggling, this isn't the week to try to get it going. That's just, my 2 cents. We can see here, very light volume on the SPY, very light volume. I mean, to this point, we've got, maybe we're going to finish doing 45 mil on the SPY today for volume, 46, 47 mil. I doubt we crack 50 mil on this today. I really doubt it at this point. The next hour and a half, 2 hours are probably going to be pretty low on volume, unless something crazy happens, obviously, something out of the blue. But I would suspect that where we are on these volume candles now will probably be around this level for the next several SPY 15-minute volume candles before, always on the close, we're going to take an uptick on that volume here. So that's what I'd be watching. And what else do we have here? And we were gapping up pretty good in the pre-market this morning for a little bit. And then it just kind of really, right before the open, it got flattened out. Let's see. MCRB, Mike C is saying 431, a little room to that level. MCRB. Yes. Looking back this way. And yeah, if we can get it to crack that and climbing up this mountain up to about $5 after that. Got some volume coming in on it here. These volume candles here as compared to the rest of the day. So it's definitely noteworthy right here. Got a few minutes before this volume candle closes, and it's already up above the previous one. A little rejection off 4 though. We'll see. So red box still trying to push up higher. NA has made that pullback. We'll see if this can clear this level here. Let's say 1080, give or take. If it can clear that with a little gusto, you could see 12 again. But I think for the moment, some of the market or a good portion of the market is taking a little bit of a nap right now. Argentina, thought that looked familiar. Interesting. I've seen a few banking stocks today. I don't know. Happy accident that those are popping up, or if that means something more. I'm not really sure. Trying to think, what else did I see that was a banking stock today? There was something else. Might have been when I was looking at some pre-market stuff. BBIO. So, a lot of these pharmaceutical plays, I don't know that any of them are necessarily anything special. Earlier in the day, we had all the inverse plays coming through for the bios. So like the inverse of the XBI and the IBB. Well, let's see. All right. So we've got this move down here. Come down, hit that 80 level, right? And that 80 level seems to be a pretty big deal right now, coming all the way back across the line here. So let's see. It's been the only bright spot for the entire summer essentially has been this. I mean, we've had semiconductors make a rally really recently, SMH. They've really made a rally, started the middle of this month. And, it's not exactly much of a rally, but it is what it is. SOXX, something similar there. Similar look. So, more on a more consistent basis, the biotechs have really kind of been it, especially as, energy took that huge bath a little over a month ago. And it's really just not been able to get it, get its wheels. The wheels are spinning in the mud still as far as energy looks right now. BERZ is on scan and one. BERZ, not XZ. Interesting. Bank of Montreal. There you go. So yeah, super light volume though. But you know what's funny? Actually, this has been, no, it wasn't this one. There was something else that's like another Canadian bank, I feel like, that's similar to this that had been on the scans recently. Maybe it was this one. I felt like it was something that had a little more of an uptrend than this does. EVLT, EVTL. Here's another interesting aircraft manufacturing. Good volume in this, not a huge float. This is interesting. This curl moving up here. Draw a line going back this way though. So that's an interesting level for it to get through. And we can see here on Thursday, came up and danced at that level, moved through it, and came right back down and played with that level the entire rest of the day here. Friday just went back underneath, and today's trying to curl back up into that. I guess it's $8. Didn't realize that at first when I was drawing around that level. So whole number. Wolf, how are you? So, we see what's kind of holding up here right now into the sleepy part of the day. And, BORR, we see that energy is strong today. So this might be setting up for another move later. I just saw VET. Where did I see VET? Right here. VET, that's interesting. And at an interesting level. Look at that right there. If it can, push on up through there, that's, not out of line. You're going to want energy on your side. And when I say that's not out of line, I don't mean today, but, if energy does stop spinning its wheels in the mud, certainly could be realistic in the next couple of days. Gas wells, so I surmise they're catching some tailwinds from all the natural gas news. UNG looks like. UNG is strong today. No, not NG. UNG. Yeah, so natural gas again, looking real strong again today. And, this is why calling tops and bottoms is a fool's errand. Had people screaming top here. When it didn't bust through here and it pulled back down, all the people screaming top here were a whole lot of I told you so's right before it wanted to explode coming into the spring. But that was a top. These were tops. And, well, it looks like we're going to come and touch those again in the not too distant future. So what's the moral of the story? I don't know. I'm not a top caller. That's the moral of the story. All right. That's not a bad way to go into work with a winner on a Monday like today is a good deal. I'd say for anybody. So I got to say, we got a good crowd in here right now, too. Normally it's around 30, 35, and there's 52 watching. So hopefully you're all getting something. Also, please, anybody that's here, ask questions. I'm happy to go over charts, from a technical standpoint anyways. I'm not going to say, hey, this is buy or sell, or this looks this way or that way or whatever. But just, something that helped me a lot when I was coming to different webinars and things like that, when I'd ask chart questions, was just for someone to point things out to me that, maybe to someone who's been looking at charts for several years seems obvious, but to me at that time, none of it seemed obvious, and it took me a long time for things to jump out at me. Not that anything is quote unquote obvious to me now. It's just that some things jump out at me. There's still a lot of stuff that does not jump out at me. And, it's one of the great things that I find on Twitter and going through charts that people share is, people seeing things in a different way than I see it, and just always expanding on those different thoughts and ideas behind the charts and technical analysis. So, Dave, what's happening? I saw that back and forth, you and Michael discussing those scams with the ME this week, and that was some good stuff in there. That's the kind of stuff that I love to see on Twitter. Gets my wheels cranking. So, it's a nice community on Twitter. Follow the right people, the right topics. I mean, different strokes for different folks. Some people like a lot of news and things like that. Some people don't, all those things like that. But, you get the right set of people that you're following, and, definitely a lot to learn in there. So FAZE still trying to make some noise here. What a range on this today too, on these candles. Look at that. Really love the way that these dojis, these spinning tops look. I don't know, there's just something very aesthetically pleasing to my eyes about those. What can I say? So ZY just continues to hang right here. Just can't get that push up above. You see I had a price alert here in case it does anything. So we'll see. EVLT adds to another winner here. Again, this aircraft manufacturing, very interesting. That $8 level. It's a big level there. Big level. Here's another, things to note that are noteworthy. This big volume candle back here, and it fades for a long time and just no volume whatsoever. Another big volume candle set right there, and then the bottom drops out for 2 days, and then we get an increase in volume, and the bottom drops out again. So does this mean there's a bigger player here that's making some accumulations on it? I don't know, but it's worth asking the question for sure. For those that are looking for not just trading ideas on technical analysis, but possible investment theses, all of a sudden you see an anomaly like this, and then maybe you want to drill down into the fundamentals if that's something you're interested in, and anything that's out there news-wise that might be noteworthy of bigger players at the table. Again, not something that I do, but again, different strokes for different folks and all that. So, Wolf, I'm not a social media guy in general. My whole life, right up until 2015, I decided, I never had a MySpace account. I had never had a Facebook account, any of those things. And I was like, there's some like finance stuff that I am really curious about. And it seems like so many people in finance are on Twitter. And so I created a Twitter account back in, September or October of 2015, and just slowly kind of, went through some growing pains with it and things like that. And I keep it pretty clean these days, just mostly trader talk. Once in a while I poke fun at some policymaker or something if some nonsense comes across my feed, but nothing, nothing controversial. I'll keep my controversial stuff to my journal. What do I think of PIK? It made all that noise on Friday, came in making some noise again today. I'd like to see it pick that volume up again, so there's nice push through here already. So are we, is the move done? Not sure. But, the way this thing is traded in the past, looking left, we're kind of cleared above that major resistance line there, I would call it. And so your next big resistance line as far as chart goes is up there. And obviously these whole numbers are going to play a big role. Perhaps 350 will play a role, 375, $4. Hard to say until we get to those levels. But when you have those stocks under $5, certainly the 25-cent levels can be a struggle. I think we're seeing that right now, 325 actually kind of being a tough cookie to break again. But we saw the volume drop out, the volume come back in, the volume drop out. So we know there's people watching and there's interest in this now. I like the way that it's caught it right here. And so, just for fun, and when I say fun, I don't really mean fun. I'll throw a price alert for myself here, actually. If we crack 330, give or take, and we can do that with some volume, could run up to high a day, which, wouldn't be a terrible, let's say we got it at 335 and we sold it at 350-ish, give or take, because I think around a little over 355 here. So is the high of the day. I mean, 15, 20 cents on a $3 stock. You can't really argue that much. The and it could have more. Obviously, will it? Who knows? Will it even bust 330? Nobody knows. Definitely worth taking a look. I think it's definitely worth taking a look or setting a price alert, especially because we see there's people still interested in it. And see, that 1 minute volume, that 5 minute volume are still pretty hefty as far as things go. Almost 15 mil shares traded today, really liquid. Why, oh why? Yeah, PIK. Interesting. My time and sales didn't change. And I wonder if the linking is messed up again. So a 3 cent spread on it. Not when there's $3 stocks, I really like to see it 1 cent, but now it's 2 cents. So not terrible. Just I like to see those penny spreads quite personally. Yeah, Jamie, look, that NA, man, look at that. Bang, right there. Just like you said, just discussing it, it's got a good setup to it. Now where's the plan and where's the follow through? Have your plan if there's follow through to it. So again, rejected off that 11, but we were watching it down here at that 1050 level and really, busted right through. And I said, if we can get a move above that 1080, 12 isn't unlikely to do. Not quite there, but a nice dollar move off of that. So glad sounds like you got a piece of that. Nice. Very nice to hear. And again, we've got massive volume coming into this thing again. Look at that 1 minute volume. Look at that 5 minute volume. Massive volume coming back in. Look at this 15 minute volume candle right here. We took that dive down and we're curling right back up on it again. So nice stuff. Nice stuff. FAZE could be next. Is it next? No idea. Certainly could be next, though. That's for sure. Until they went Big Brother on Facebook. Yeah. I ended up making one a few years ago, but more it's just, tracking some family members that, it's tough to follow all those people. So, but I don't really post on Facebook or anything. Do you have a sense of the broader market? Or are we going to make another leg down? I don't have necessarily a sense. What I see, and someone else might see this completely different than me for right now, is this. We put a bottom in, and I think the Bears got a number of wins in a row here. So let's zoom out a little bit more to illustrate better what I mean by number of wins. Here's our top. Here's our all-time highs up in there. And the Bears get a nice win here. And we bounced, and a dead cat bounce, and the Bears get another set of wins here. And we don't even call that, I wouldn't even call that a dead cat bounce, really. That was just, a relief bounce after really taking it down. We came down and tested here, right? And I think the Bears had to be patient. I think they were patient because when we got back up to that level up there and the Bulls didn't bring that up with conviction at all, I think the Bears were all over it, selling and shorting, and the Bulls were shaken at this point as we made lower lows through there. And the Bears really just came in all over it and got a beautiful win. And I think the Bears covered again through here. And the Bulls once again got a false sense here because I think there's a number of people that looked at this more as a bull flag than this more as a bear flag, which is what that really was happening right there. And the Bears just came in and wrecked the Bulls again. And now, as we move into the summer and things start to quote unquote quiet in the broader market, and we've kind of slopped around and neither one really had an edge. And now we come into the Fed meeting here. So with all of that said, the broader trend is still down. We have this short-term trend that was broken, but we broke it again on declining volume. So a lot less conviction here, right? And I think everybody now is all eyes on the Fed. Things that are good for the Bulls right now. We continue to close a couple of days above that declining trend line. We've also continued to close above this 393 number. We know bulls, everybody knows inflation is bad already. So, the bulls have that feather in their cap that they're not going to get surprised by that. And I think if we come in again on the next inflation report and it's still above 8%, I don't think anybody's going to be shocked about that. Again, we know that there is, a war going on in Europe. We know that energy prices have made a big spike and they're really not looking to come down at any point. So all these bad things are already really known. We know the Fed is going to hike. What we don't know at this point is, do all those bad things start to turn around into layoffs and an increase in unemployment? That will be the next hurdle for the bulls. If we don't get bad jobs numbers moving forward, I think the bears have had their day at this point. Now, that does not mean we go up to all-time highs. All right. I think we continue, more to kind of chop around. Maybe we take a shot back over 400 and then we come back down under 400 because there's still enough bad news that the overall everyday, Tom and Mary out there are going to be struggling no matter what. So I think that's like kind of the big takeaway at this point is that the Bears have got a lot of wins under their belts at this point. The Bulls have been licking wounds for a while, but all the bad stuff that could be bad that we know, it's out there. There's no, outside of, something, big and worldly, China finally goes in and invades Taiwan. Now, I think a lot of people are expecting it, but I don't think that's something that's priced into the market yet. So those are, outside of those things, we know most of the bad stuff and how that's going to go. And unless there's some big policy changes somewhere, all of a sudden Europe says, we're going to back off all of our green initiatives and we're going to bring in nuclear energy. Something like that would really, I think, give the whole market a lift because that will give a lift to energy. That will bring energy prices down. That will bring inflation down, things like that. Doesn't look that Europe's going to go that direction. Doesn't look like the U.S. is going to go that direction. But those could be, the opposite of a black swan. We'll call it a white swan for the bulls. So again, long story long, since we have nothing else to talk about, is that I think we see more of this for right now. And unless we start to see job loss accelerate, I don't know that we test this for a little bit here. The longer we go sideways underneath here, though, and things don't improve, more of a bearish case gets made as well. So we need some improvement on the bad knowns also. That's kind of that. I just always think of now mentioning, some global things, some macro things, some fundamental things in that sense. I always refer to someone like Matthew Verdau, who I think is, an outstanding person as far as technical analysis and the CMT program and all that goes. Is, he always says we're technicians who live in a fundamental world. So while what I do, especially on a daily basis, is going to lean towards almost all technicals, if not completely technicals. When you want to look at the overall broader markets, you can't ignore that there's fundamentals out there. There's news-driven things. There's seasonalities to be talked about and all those kinds of things. So I'm just watching these scans here still going. FAZE still kind of just hanging out in this level right now. BBIO hanging out, trying to bust through to another high of the day. Good volume on it too. Love to see some intraday volume pop back up. But we've seen a couple of volume bursts intraday that have happened already. So we know there's interest. 900,000 shares traded today. That's not bad. It's not bad. None of that's bad. So certainly noteworthy here. Looking left, you're going to want to climb and clear that, of course. But definitely noteworthy. FAZE getting frisky a little bit. Volume starting to come into it again. Whoops. Wish I knew how to get rid of that news widget. That's so annoying. Look at that, 1 minute volume starting to perk up a little bit here. There was the close of this 15-minute volume candle, and we're not even 5 full minutes into this 15-minute volume candle, and we're about halfway or more there. So volume's coming back into this again. we talked about this 1350 level being kind of a big deal here. So let's see. NA just exploded. Absolutely exploded. Beautiful. And that spread is not a bad spread. Look at that. We got a penny spread, 3 cents. It was 8 cents a second ago. That's not a bad spread. If you're quick and you're nimble, you get a nice fill on that, Now, that's not to say go chasing now. We discussed 1080 was a big level. It busted through 1080. I said if it busts through 1080, 12 is very likely. Did all that. If you think it's still going, by all means, get in it. If you have a plan and you've got this thought out and all that. If you don't have a plan, I wouldn't even call it a chase. I would just call it a gamble. It may not be a chase because it may go to 20 for all we know. But if you don't have a plan, just a false start, a false move. That's all there is to it. But anyways, nice move there. So another nice one coming from these scans here. Another nice one. What else? That's, I guess, one thing that we didn't discuss about the overall market, Wolf, is horrible earnings. I kind of feel like the market is expecting horrible earnings. Now, what's going to be horrible, though? Is it horrible and we're down from all the prior stuff and we don't guide well? Or is it like we're really, really down and guidance looks terrible and a lot of doom and gloom and so on and so forth? That's that unforeseen stuff that we can't really predict. We can't predict, period. That's all there is to it. So we'll see. Sorry, just a few emails that are coming in that I want to check out. Uh-oh, I got a thunderstorm rolling in. Hopefully that does not mean lose power. All right, sorry, just some emails that were coming in that I wanted to address really quick. All right, that's that. SBGI, this thing's still trying to get frisky as well. Had this burst of volume come in here right before I came on for Barry, but couldn't, with that burst of volume, really bust through. We got declining volume now, or had, and now we're picking back up again. So let's see. Again, we discussed looking left. That's a pretty major level. Then once we break through that, $3 again, as we discussed. So, where's your level? Is, really big bust through 240 your level? Is a bust through high of the day your level? Different people are going to want to see different things for an entry on that. ZY just went off on a price alert for me again. So it's really kind of just held this level right now. We'll see. FAZE couldn't really bust through, right? Got up to that 470 level. So this is going to be one of those tougher ones that there's not, what's that clear defined level that we want to get through and we say, oh, we're ready, we're setting up for a run or not. Right back up again. So we were all the way down here at 1250 just a second ago, or 1350 just a second ago. And right back up at it again. And the volume continues to pour back in again. So all really important stuff to keep watching, When we're trading this way, when we're trading these kinds of stocks, this isn't the stuff, You go to get up and make a sandwich and the move is gone. So sometimes you got to go a little hungry for a few hours on the day to trade this stuff. Never killed anybody do a little fasting, right? So buttons, as they say. So FAZE, volume's really ticking up. We were down at 1900 when we first looked at this, then went to 2300. Now we're at 2700 on that 1 minute volume. So let's see. We can see 14 back here got a pretty hard rejection earlier. That volume is starting to really climb again. So let's see. We're up 3,300 now. Feel like I'm at Saratoga racetrack here, calling the horses. Spread really opened up quite a bit on this though here. So, and as I said that, it closed right down to 1 penny. So it's jumping all around, and look at that. Look at that. Dropped right out from under us and right back up again. That went all the way down to 13 and then right back up to 1350 within 3 seconds. So again, this is why this stuff is so hard. This is why you don't go make a sandwich, especially when you're in one of these positions. So big rejection here just before we could approach 14, right? And look at the volume go skyrocketing. Again, this is why you don't walk away. This is why you pay attention. Time and sales, volume, price action. So, anywho, interesting stuff. And it's also why I'm always cautious during these lunchtime hours here as well. Alrighty. So I see, again, still a decent crowd in here. Anybody that happens to not be a Trade Idea subscriber at this point, when Barry gets back, ask him about the test drive. Barry's got some links for anybody that's interested in the software. He'll drop for you to take the August test drive. Real low price to get in here. So hit Barry up when he's back in about 20 minutes, give or take here. So stick around. So again, the SPY trying to make a little move up here again. I just don't read too much into any of these things here. Look at this, so 393 down here, 397 up here. Those are where we're being pinned in between these two levels right here. So I wouldn't read too much into any of this stuff other than how it may affect the longs that you're in on your day trades or your short-term swing trades right now. Definitely watch in that regard as far as the indices go for today, tomorrow, and obviously Wednesday, right up until decision goes and gets made. Just curious, I didn't talk about China at all. K-Web, it kind of was breaking down last week. You're now kind of really trying to hold this 30 level on the K-Web, trying to hold in here. It violated, as far as I was concerned, this uptrend that we had going on. It really violated with that gap down like that. But maybe broader term, there's a bottom, there's that. Maybe we call that as the next high and we kind of wipe out those higher lows the way we were trying to look at them. Maybe we got ahead of ourselves a little too much. I don't know.
TNXP.
The bull in me wants to see those things. TNXP making a price burst here. I don't know if there's a volume burst behind it. Yeah, volume burst coming in behind it as well here. So, the AI took it. early this morning, I believe. So here we go. You know, we've got a minute before this volume candle closes. It's up above the prior volume candle. Is that just the last gasp? People trying to get out? You know, hard telling, not knowing, as the saying goes. That's your, you know, your high of the day. And this thing's in a real massive downtrend. I'm guessing it's got to be a monkeypox play. That's just my guess. I don't know. Massive volume. Massive volume. We had this crazy volume spike back here. I'm guessing that was when monkeypox was really becoming a thing. I don't know if it's a thing or not, but whatever. Obviously, it's a thing enough to affect price and volume here. Let's see, MRO. That's marathon, right? Yeah, marathon. If energy can get going, it looks very, very similar to the XLE and the XOP. If energy gets going, if energy can get up above, you know, if we put those charts up against each other, they would kind of mirror right now. If energy can get going, get above this, then I'd look for marathon to go on a run, actually. One of the reasons why is marathon's also got nat gas behind it, where some are, you know, much more heavy on oil than nat gas. Here's a fun thing. If anybody's checked this out right now or checked this out recently, let me bring over a new chart. I've been posting some of these on Twitter recently here. So let's get this all set up. So I want to put it on daily chart, and let's get rid of all my indicators here. So edit, remove. And then right click, chart style. All right, I'm going to give us a line chart here. So cool. Right now, let's put up a comparison. So now let's compare the SPY, right, to, let's say, the XLE. And there we have. So here's the XLE in this blue, and the SPY is here in this purple. And we can see, you know, going back however long we want to go back, you know, a comparison of the SPY and XLE. So, you know, some great technical analysis, noteworthy stuff to do right here, right? So the SPY was outpacing the XLE, and then in March, we had this big, you know, turn of events here, where, you know, the SPY, all of a sudden the XLE start to come almost partners, and then bang, the SPY fades and the XLE spikes. You could do this with a few different charts too. We could throw up SPY, XLE, and now watch this. Let's throw in for fun QQQs. And there's the QQQs in orange, right? So, you know, for you, those folks that want to do a little more technical analysis on some comparing things and finding quote unquote relative strength and things like that, there you have it, sports fans. Do some interesting stuff. So I think we do this with like 6 charts at once. Chart style. Comparison. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you throw 5 in here plus the symbol that we're looking at that we're comparing them off of. So some good stuff in there. And soon, I don't think it's out for all you yet, but you might be able to use this. I'm on the same version you guys could be on anyways. I'm on, you know, the latest beta, the latest public beta. Take a look here. You might be able to use that if you want to, you know, post it on social medias and things like that. So, you know, just always some new and exciting stuff coming out there. Get rid of that. For an inverse correlation, we'd use inverse ETFs for that, I guess. So NA, come right back down again. Go. This is one that can really, holy cow. Oh, then no volume. That's why. Right there. I was like, how did I not see this earlier? That's how. Volume filter kept it out. You can't blame it because 300,000 shares to this point, you know, is what it is. But interesting nonetheless, now that we are here, up 7%. I mean, you know, sometimes now I'm looking at 7% after seeing some of these, you know, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 200% moves that we're seeing kind of frequently recently with this racing here. Interesting stuff. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention there's some stuff going on. Some China stocks are popping up here. Now, Tiger isn't China, but somehow whenever China pops, this always seems to pop with it. So that's interesting here. But some other things that I look at, IQ, been watching this one for a long time. KC, watching that one for a long time here. CAN. All right, so some of these China stocks, some moved, some didn't. DDL. That one didn't do anything. So this one last week started to have a good look on it, but just couldn't help but notice a few of them, especially IQ, made a little move up here off this bottom, you know, from down here around 427 up here to over 440 now. So we'll see. You know, these are the charts that if China gets going, all of a sudden, bang, $8 out of nowhere. Will it do it? I have no idea. For all I know, we wake up tomorrow and it's at 0. But I continue to hold out hope for a little bullish move in China. So my timer is going to go off in a moment or two here. All right. We'll see. We'll see. ZY continues to try to fight up at these levels here. Keep setting off my price alerts. And again, you know, how much of this might be tied to this right here with the SPY trying to push up on that high of the day, trying to crack up above that 397 level. So like I said, you know, there's alpha all day and then there's alpha, and then all of a sudden the indices kind of get a hold of it, and then there's just the indices have hold of it. NRDY, are you anything important? Should we be looking at you? Some volume coming into that. Yes, we should be looking at you, at least for a moment while that volume comes into it. Could it be short-lived? Maybe. CY. But it's increasing volume. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 increasing volume candles right here. Looking left, there's nothing interesting about this chart whatsoever. There's nothing. So could just, you know, out of nowhere for some reason, all of a sudden have its day, you know, 50, 55 mil on the float, give or take. So, you know, what's low float? You know, some people think under 100 mil is low float. Some people think it's got to be 10 mil or lower to be low float. So who knows there as far as that all goes. There goes the alarm. Few minutes before Mr. Barry starts to make his way in. We'll throw in the earphones to get ready for his arrival. Alrighty. So let's see what else is important here today. The EVTL keeps popping up here at $8 level we keep discussing. need to see some volume, some heavy volume come into it. But look, I mean, look at the explosion it made on Thursday, right? So we know it has those capabilities of it, and especially if it took out the high from Friday. Actually, that's the high from Friday. So, you know, these are things you could set price alerts for. You know what I did today? I created this. There's going to be a layout I want to share with new users to help them. So I called it a racing layout here. And just really, really simple. I mean, how much more do you need than this? This is the Bollinger Band scan that I've shared with you all. I think we've all seen how well that does. A price alerts window here. 3 charts, 5, 15, and a daily. You know, some customizing needs to be done for each individual, but I left it to what I'm using for indicators. But, you know, none of that's overly complicated for, you know, giving a click and making a change there. And, you know, generally speaking, especially for newer traders, I think there's plenty here to deal with. You know, obviously they're going to want to put what they're looking at for price alerts and all that. But KISS, that's one of my biggest acronyms because I can be stupid, so I need to keep it simple, right? Especially, you know, the earlier you are in trying to learn all these things. So, you know, you're not running around like a madman trying to figure out, you know, 30 alerts coming in from 20 different windows over the last 5 minutes. This is, you know, continuously pointing you at what's happening now. Red box, EVTL,
like me, Chris.
NA.
Exactly what I'm saying. Focus on one window and forget everything else.
That's exactly it. You know, and especially when you're newer, focus on one window. Give it 5 full trading days. You know, over 5 full trading days,
and that's all I'm doing. I'm not new.
Yeah,
I'm just focusing seriously. 95% of what I'm doing is just on my my race scan. You know, I've got a couple other windows that give me very few alerts, and you know, I'll glance at them, but I'd say 95% is just, you know, looking at my race scan. That's it.
Yeah, and even before that, I know you'd find that window that was having its, you know, moment in the sun, whether it was a week or 3 weeks or a month, like the option scan for all that time. Yep. Your you know, your 10-day daily breakdown was putting out great alerts, and you weren't overly focused on anything else. And that's, I mean, that was one of the bigger things that I think for me that started to make my turn was not having 15 alert windows and 6 top lists open.
Yeah, I mean, that's the pitfall sometimes when people, especially when people are new to trade ideas, they look at all the capabilities, look at all the, my goodness, look what I can do. Well, I better not miss any sort of a setup ever.
Yep.
And that's what can happen, though. You know, you just click like I say it, click like mad all day long, get nothing done.
That's exactly it. So you must have saw NA make that big explosion there, breaking over.
Oh yeah.
That,
oh yeah. That was a tough one. I have to admit, that was a really tough one because of the spread.
Yep.
And because of what it did earlier when it pulled all the way back down to 10. But you're right. Actually, what I'm looking at right now is PIK again.
PIK again.
On mine, it just kind of was moving up the leaderboard. Mm-hmm. You can see that last green 15-minute candle. And I'm just waiting to see if it really wants to break out again. And, you know, from there is something that I never would have seen because, you know, I'm not a pullback player, but because it was moving up the leaderboard on my race scan,
yep,
I could see it, and I'm looking at it. Okay, I see what it's doing. Kind of maybe curling off 3, got as high as 350 or so. So there's some room, you know, if it wants to keep at this 320 level, and who knows, maybe it'll just run from there.
Exactly, with 2 point whatever in the 2 point million and the 2 point whatever million in the float. I mean, yeah, look at what it could do. As you say, not that it will, but the potential.
Potential's there. So that's what the racing does for me. Creates that beautiful top list or watch list that I just follow all day long now. So even if something, you know, if it looks a little boring at some point, I'll just click on any one of those symbols that's in the top 10 and just see what's happening. And I might say, wow, oh, look at this. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's almost that simple, just to keep it so focused.
And focus. There's the Raj just asking for the that little layout that I just made, that doc layout. So I just dropped that in that chat, and I guess I guess we'll call that until 3:30. I'll come back in to send you out on your bike ride.
Okay, there, I just, oops, wrong. There we go.
You just wanted to show off that handsome face.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
the
right.
cutest dog on the planet.
Exactly. Okay,
All right, Barry.
Thanks, Chris.
We'll see you in a couple of hours. Happy trading.
You bet. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Let me just get my music started. There we go. So what I was saying to Chris is that I'm watching the PIK, okay, on that green candle, not the current 15-minute one. This is one that just started at 1 o'clock. The 12:45 one, it was moving up on the leaderboard. So I thought, okay, let's take a look at it. It's a bit of a pullback. I'm waiting to see if it can take out that 320 level. Takes out that 320 level, you could have a little run in it. You know, PIK, low float, 2.5 million in the float. Meanwhile, GovX just been a spectacular play from the AI. Got to admit, spectacular. That's been the big monkeypox play, really, in terms of percentages. SIGA's the king, I guess, the one that kind of leads the sector, if you want to call it that way. Only up 24% though. Whereas GovX is up 125%. Okay. And congrats to Zach on his SVIG. Took a while, but cannabis play, software cannabis play. Well, this is working quite nicely now. I'm not in this one, but certainly was keeping an eye on it, see how well Zach did on this one. And I think he's in around 230-ish. So yeah, very nice, very nice. In fact, very nice now. I mean, it's just starting to really catch a bid here. And you can see right here. So now it is 1 o'clock. So what I'm going to be waiting for, I want to see if we get some brand new one just popping in here. All of a sudden you're going to see something maybe moving up that leaderboard with a big percentage that we haven't seen. And it could just be getting rolling. I did not get back into this NA, guys. I was a little bit late. I would have probably liked to taken it on that 12 break, but I was just a little bit late. So I had to let it go. And now it's right back down, to 11. So boy, this has turned out to be an excellent one. Not a low float either. I mean, 41 million in the float, not high, but SBIG does not have. It's not like a crazy 2 million float. So this is really moving on that news. And I mean, the news. There is no new news today. I'm only looking at the 19th. And in fact, this is the news on the 22nd, which would have hurt the company, you would think, selling 5.1 million. So I don't, maybe this, but it doesn't seem to fit the Reddit crew's, it's too high a float at 41 million. You wouldn't think they'd be that interested in it. I don't even see a short float percent. And yeah, the EVTL, I mean, listen, this worked, but it wasn't easy. It chopped around quite a bit. This is one that I was in early, got taken out for a small, I think it was a small loss. And then, kept watching it. And I ended up taking some more, but boy, it wasn't easy. I'm out of it now. I don't know. Are there shorts available? Yeah, actually, there are shorts available. Yeah. At Interactive Brokers, yeah. 145,000. So there certainly are shorts available. But, I mean, this is just real. Look at the volume that just came in also. I mean, the 5-minute chart, look at that volume. Yes, it is showing up on Zach's topping scan. So my guess is that he's going to be bailing pretty soon. I mean, you would think that 3 is going to stall it. You would think. I'm just looking at the daily chart. You know, action between 292 and that 310 level. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but let's see if these shorts are being scooped up at Interactive Brokers. But yeah, a few have been scooped up. All right, I'm getting very close to shorting this S big. It would be very tight stop. Okay, guys. Well, I've got an alert set just underneath 280 for this S big. See if it takes that out. If it does, I mean, there's the low of the previous 5-minute candle is 253 or so. I mean, that would be not bad if it got down there. So this one is really lagged. This Monkeypox play CMRX is really lagged. All right, hanging around that 280 mark is big. Look at that spread now, 81, 88. It's not good. keep an eye on this pick, guys. I mean, if it ever gets a little more volume coming in, taking it through 320, this could have another run in it, PIK. You know what? The volume is still coming into this big. I'm just looking at it. Look at the 15-minute candle here. Volume is still coming in. So I don't think it's ready yet. Not quite, anyway. Let's see what the volume is like on this 5-minute candle. Well, if that's the case, I have to stick an alert at the high here and see if it takes that out. You know, maybe flip the script in my mind and may take out that high. If it does that, again, the next high, 315, 313, 313, but after that, 4. So I'm not saying, I mean, it may not happen. I mean, it's, you know, that's asking a lot. In fact, okay. Pick, guys, PIK, guys, PIK. All right, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, I'm back. So yeah, so I'm in that short. We'll see what happens on the S big, as big. This pick though, boy, oh boy. I mean it. Hey, here's a new one, guys. Sluggo, SLGG. Very, very cheap. Another kind of new one coming in, BGXX coming in here. Not big percent though. I mean, that's the thing. It's not a huge percentage move yet anyway. But it is over 2. Let's look left. Yeah, I mean, I'm just so biased about taking something like this when I see all this action not that far away. The next high is 213, 219, 218, 221. Just to me, just seems like there's too much stuff there. And it's got to get through. Yeah, this one I'm hearing in the only other, again, I have very few alert windows now. Now look at T and XP. I was saying that this is sort of lagging the GovX. Excuse me. And it's about the same float, 18 million in the float. GovX, I think, is a little bit less. GOVX, 18, yeah, 12. So, I mean, they're very, very similar in terms of the float. Well, guys, the AI certainly nailed it on the monkeypox plays. Here are the 2 cheap ones right there. 113, 133 on the entries for these 2 for GovX and TNXP. So one's up 25%, one's up 15%. So certainly the AI nailed it on those 2. AI had a pretty good day on Friday also, guys. There we go, guys. There's the pick on the move here. I don't know where it's going, but the high of the day is 358 or so. Where to find the race scan? Always Sunny Frank. I know you've been around here for a while. I guess you have me on mute most of the time. But seriously, here it is. As I've only been telling you, everybody, it's on my homepage. Okay. So go to my homepage. Click on the homepage link. When you do that, go to the scan section. Click here, scan section, right there, race mode. Biggest gainers from the open. Okay. Now, if you go to, you can also access it without my, I've sort of modified it a bit, but if you go to new from our toolbar, click on new toolbar and then dock channel bar, you'll see in essence the same one called explosive winners. Okay, the channel called explosive winners, and you'll see the race there also. This is a modified version of it. Modified in that I wanted a higher minimum volume, and I changed the price range, but in essence, it's the same one. Okay. And all I do, just stare at it all day long. Gives me just tremendous focus. So I'll just answer Zach. I mean, this came in his topping plays, okay? That's big. So he's aware of it. He was in it as a long earlier, but now it's hitting his topping scan, which means in theory, maybe a bit of an oversold situation. Okay. I mean, guys, this is it. You want to see what I'm looking at other than my races? Sit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Only 10 different stocks. And some of them are going to be, the 10-day daily breakout. Redbox was there. SBIG was in the race also. So was COS. Okay. But other than that, that's it, guys, in terms of alert windows that I've got going. And very few alerts, which is exactly the way I like it. I just have to concentrate on this, on my scan, on the race scan. ASRT is coming. Okay, this one's got some room, I think. 364, 330. So this has got a little bit of room, guys. ASRT has got a little bit of room. Some volume came in, ASRT. Some volume did come in. And when I say it's got a little bit of room, when you look left, 364 is the next high. All right, that's big. All right, guys, I've taken some off now. Let's spread up, widen up here. Yeah, got right to the base of that 15-minute candle. Okay, didn't get it quite there, but so I've taken some off the SBIG in terms of covering some of it. Not a bad play so far. See if there's any news on this. No news. They report next week or August the 8th. ASRT, they report August the 8th. Yeah, there's been quite a bit of resistance for EVTL, sorry, at $8. EVTL, sorry. Last week's high was 896. So, gosh, if we could ever break through that, I'm not in this anymore. But if you're thinking about, that 8 break, that could, then the next high last week was 896. I missed the boat in the monkeypox plays today for sure. TNXP, so didn't take any one of them. TBLT, let's take a look. Yeah, TBLT is, crawling off the bottom here. Is there a price yet for that financing? I don't see a price yet. All I see is the 20 million they're wanting to raise, but I don't see a price. $5. Thank you, Casa. So that's a nice move then after, excuse me, that's a nice move of $5. That's a great move. I mean, it's down 23%. Not nice for anybody who was holding it over the weekend, but well, look who's caught up. TNXP is almost caught up now to the GovX. 17%, 19%. That's from the AI. Well, guys, the ASRT is starting to move here. What I said was the next high looking left, not saying it's getting there, but it's 364. So no news that I can see for ASRT. It's not a crazy low float, 43 million in the float. So again, guys, if you've got this race scan, just keep an eye on something that all of a sudden out of nowhere, or even maybe, one of the ones that has already been in the races before, and maybe won a race before, but all of a sudden you see like a big percent move. All right, guys, EVTL just trying to take out 8 now. Last week's or yesterday's high, Friday's high, I'm sorry, I thought I was wrong. I was looking at the weekly chart, but Friday's high was 830. Thursday's high was up at that $9 level. Okay, guys, I'm just going to do this little poll that I put in the other day. If you feel so inclined, this is a testimonial thing. So if you feel so inclined, I'm just going to click on the link. I'll show you what it's all about. Okay, so if you click on the link, this is testimonials. Okay, click on the link. So every trader has a story. We'd like to hear yours. So if you get your name, email, rating, tell us your story. You want to put a little video? Great. Obviously, no pressure to do it, but if you feel so inclined, maybe fill that out and go into one of our blogs. Okay. Yeah, all out of the SBIG, guys. That is a strong stock. All out of the SBIG. Made a little, nothing fabulous. But now, yeah, looking at that three break. Yeah, guys, it just made another new high here. SBIG just made the high, briefly anyway. Boy, TNXP, guys, it's taken over. TNXP now ahead of GovX by a percentage point, a little less than a percentage point. And that's got to be one of the reasons, Zach's pointing out, that the CEO is on who are Benzinga Stock Market Movers show. Okay. Well, this EVTL, guys, is getting, I mean, the longer it holds over 8, I'm going to get back in this, but you know, that 830, wow, 830 to 9. Nice little break off 8 now, though. Oof, DNXP just ripping here. You know, I could kick myself because I was going to mention this. The GovX was really leading, and TNXP was right about this area here, around that 140 mark. I was thinking, is it ever going to catch up? And well, here's our answer. Here is our answer, catching up and passing. Yeah, look at SIGA. I mean, SIGA is really not doing anything. I mean, yes, it's up 24%. I know that. But, you know, in terms of a move from off this 15 level, so far, no go. Yeah, too bad because the trade of the week actually did trigger. Now, I don't know where the stop is. I think it's a 20 SMA. Try to create a pool here, guys. Don't know if this is going to work. Not had a lot of success at creating. See if I can get this done. See if I've done this right. See if you can actually do this. So I'm sending a little poll. It's, why did you get into trading? And you have four reasons. Let's see if that works. Yeah, I don't know why it's. Oh, okay. The post. I think I might have done it right. I'll let it go for a little bit longer. Okay, let's see. We have 36 responses, 37. I'll wait another minute or half a minute or so. Or if the responses dry up, 38. Okay, let's see if this worked. I'll see if we get 50 responses. We're at 43 right now. 44, 45, 46. Come on, 4 more. 47, 48, 2 more. 49, 1 more, and that'll be it. Okay, well, I got 51. Okay, let's see if this worked. Shoot. Ah. Yeah, I'm not sure where the results went. Oh, good. Thank you, Denver. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know where they showed up. Thank you. I saw it flash on my screen. Oh, where I post pre-market info. Oh, thank you. Oh, all I had to do was look up. Okay, thanks a lot. Now I know where the polls go. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, sorry about guys. It was just something that they wanted me to do. So yeah, EVTL is not chartable either at Interactive Brokers. Meanwhile, SBIG, well, that's why you're going to have a stop. Number one, this is just ripping here. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch the ASRT to see if it breaks out of here, okay? It's pulled back a little bit here, but I'm just waiting to see if this green bar starts to move back up to this 336. I may take that because it does have some room. 360, what is it, 364? So it does have some room. Boy, this SBIG, big move for 41 million in the float and really no news. I mean, the news is old unless there's something I'm just not seeing. Jamie, by the way, thank you very much. I saw your response. It wasn't one of the poll questions, but thank you very much. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:50. So just kind of biding my time here. The SBIG is right at that critical level. I mean, if it can base here just a little bit, it may not. It may just want to completely continue going. But 315 and then 320. I mean, and then after that, 4. I mean, that's on a daily chart. There is a ton of room still left for the SBIG if it wants to keep moving. The best thing that could happen, unless you guys are in it already, but for those who are not in it, is for just to base a little bit, but it may not. It may just, I mean, it's just right at that high now, that 320. That was on about a month, a little over a month ago, June 17th. And it just, okay, guys, ASRT may want to just take a shot at that 360 level. Hope you can see just, watching this race all day long. It's not a matter of, I mean, these are just giving you stocks that are in play. I mean, that's all we really need are stocks that are in play. And then they can set up later on in the day. They can pull back, set up, or they can pause at the the high of the day even, and then start to move. No need to jump around from alert window to alert window to alert window. And yes, I will I will nag you guys to death on this because if I can do, and by the way, somebody mentioned where's Real? Well, Real popped into the room briefly on Friday, and I will paraphrase, but he said, I thought the races were stupid, useless, no reason to use them. And then he said, I've completely changed my mind. I was wrong. I mean, that's exactly what he said. And he thinks the races now, and can there be improvements on the display and things like that? But the concept of the races, as he said, excellent. And that's, there's a guy named like Real who's traded for a long, long time. And he made no bones about it when I was displaying the races earlier, several months ago. I didn't even like them. I couldn't see the use for them. And he was saying the same thing to me. I mean, I don't get it. Why would I do that? So he created a race on the gap up and reverse. I've been kind of paying attention to it. I will probably try to modify it into a price range that I like, but I mean, I'm telling you, I mean, what else do I need? And again, this is not like the market is ripping higher or anything like that. These are just capturing those alpha stocks, the ones that basically trade on their own. They don't really care too much about what the market is doing. Yeah, but Stratton, have you embraced the races? So this one, this PRPH, just underneath 10. What is it doing? So you can kind of see, so the high of the day was 1027. I mean, I'm just going to stick an alert there. I mean, if it can take out the high of the day, maybe I'll put it around 1027. I mean, if it can take out that high, look what could happen. I mean, the next high is way up here at 1370. Okay, so I mean, this had a big, couple of big down days, got hit hard, trying to recover. And again, though, I've got to emphasize the point that just because something is winning a race or moving up, it doesn't mean you just immediately pile into it. There has to be some, trading, perhaps a little bit trading experience, understanding, like read a chart a little bit. You don't want to take something that's you're winning a race and it's, 10, 15-minute candles straight up. Of course not. But, just focus. I mean, that's why I like to have the top 10 list. That's why I like to have it. I mean, it's easy to do. It's one of the options when you if you want to develop your own race based on your own top list window. And remember, this is not limited to just this. I mean, you can create any top list window you want and run a race on it, including if you just had your own symbols, your own stocks that you wanted to follow. Maybe you've got a basket of 20, 25 stocks that you want to follow. Do it. Create the top list, add the symbol list to it, watch list to it, and then you can run the race based on that. Oh, he's on vacation. He just popped in to say how great the races were, which floored me, to be honest. And so my advice to people is I mean, again, the biggest gainers from the open, I mean, that has proven to me to be the best way I can use it so far. That doesn't mean, I mean, I know Chris Farley has one that's based on Bollinger Bands. I think it gives, I'd say probably 90% the same alerts, but you can look at his. I'm really not, Hall. I may start to do that. One of the reasons why I didn't want to do it is because I I wasn't sure if it was really slowing down my system. Okay, but I have now I've got rid of a bunch of charts, so I could probably take this one. Well, let's just do it. Okay, I'll just do this one. So this is the biggest losers. I should rename this. I'm going to rename it. So we'll create a race. We'll do it. We'll all do it together. Biggest losers from the open percent. Okay. Now make sure. Give me a moment here. Yeah. So I've got to. Okay. So I'm just going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to do exactly the same thing. This is just literally the flip of this. The biggest gainers from the open. Now this is going to be the biggest losers from the open. Okay, so I'm going to give me a moment. I just want to. I'll do it. So Cody, I don't know why it would be different. When did you load it? I mean, you won't see the same top 10. Depends when you loaded it. You know, if you loaded it right at 9:30 Eastern time, it should be. I don't see why it would be any different. But let's put it this way, Cody. Are you getting good results regardless? I mean, mine is not the be all and the end all. Okay. Are you getting good results that you can like to follow all day long? But it should be pretty close. But when did you load it, Cody? I think we've gone through this before, Cody. I have no idea if you can hear me. When you asked a question, I know the last week, really helps, guys. If you ask me a question that I'm not on mute, I'm not saying you're on mute, Cody, but so let me just start this one, okay? So I'm going to launch the race. I'm going to run it for 4 minutes. Again, it'll be the change from the close. The delta will be, and we'll use delta. Now this should be descending, but this is the crazy one. I'm not sure. Biggest loser wins, okay? I want company logos. I want to do show the top 10 winners. I've done it right. Should be okay. Replace the cars. Auto rerun. So let's just see what happens here, okay? Do this off. But I just don't want it to bog down my system. Okay, well, if it's pretty close, then that's fine. Okay. I mean, when did you load it though, Cody? Was it right at 9:30 Eastern time? Yeah, I'm just checking some of these things that are showing up. All right, guys, maybe SIGA is on the move here. I mean, it's on the move, but maybe this is going to be the break that maybe we've been waiting for. The high is 1579, the all-time high, so it's getting close. And now SIGA is starting to make a move, SIGA. Yeah, you see what's happening here? I've got three. I'm gonna stop that race, okay? I can just see exactly what's happening. You see, this didn't happen all day long, so I'm stopping that race, the short one. Yeah, I know I can go to the taskbar, but so maybe that there's a max of two races, especially if you've got 100 symbols in your symbol list. Well, if it wasn't exactly when I started it, Cody, you're probably going to have some small differences. I started mine at 9:30 Eastern time. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. And I think we're finding out because I do have reels up and running. I haven't been able to really follow it that much. It may not give me exactly what I'm looking for. And so when I added another race, that's when you saw how this slowed down. Oh, I see, Cody. Okay. I understand. I understand, Cody. Okay. You know what, guys? I mean, to me, this S-bag, if it holds three and comes back and takes out that 320 again, this could get it rocking. I mean, the next high is 4. So now if it doesn't hold 3, obviously all bets off. But I'm going to stick an alert around 315 to see if it gets back up into that area. The other thing that will slow things down, of course, is, I'm basing mine on 100 symbols. Okay. I guess if I base it on 25 symbols, I could probably run several, but I don't want to do that. So if that makes sense. This pick is still strong, guys. PIK is still kind of strong. Got some bottoming tails there that tried to knock it down to 3, but back up to 330, PIK. Yeah, there's something I'm not quite understanding then, Pepe, because the way Brad explained it is that, probably don't need more than 10. Trying to add your array scan onto an existing, okay. You just have to click on the alert, but let me show you, JK. Or not the alert, but the link. Oh, look at the SBig guys. Just give me a moment here. Gonna help you out there, JK. So you click on the alert, okay? Sorry, you click on my homepage link. This is what you'll see. Click on the scan section. Now just click on it. Okay, race mode, biggest gainers from the open. So when you click for race mode, okay, the link will show up in a new tab. Highlight it as I'm doing. Just highlight it, copy it, Control C, copy it. Now file load from cloud, and there it will be. The link should be there. Then you load it, and then it'll be on your screen. Now you can save it as part of your layout. Okay? Did that help? Oh, you're trying to dock it into. Well, again, you have to take it. You have to right click it, and then duplicate into whatever dock window you want. Okay? You have to right click and then duplicate, and then whatever one. I don't know how many you've got, but you should have named them. And then you just pick the one you want it to load into. Okay, good. Sega, guys, Sega is now on the move. It's almost an all-time high now. Sega is almost an all-time high. SIGA getting so close. The all-time high is right here. About 5 days ago, it's 1579. And don't forget you save your work, right? Save your layout. All right, I'm still watching that S-Big, guys. S-Big. It had the shot up at that 315 mark, and it came back down a bit. So I'm going to reset my alert, maybe a little higher, 319, and see if it takes it out. Meanwhile, SIGA, SIGA. Okay, guys, this might not be it then. S-Big is really starting to give it up a bit here, so still kind of early, but let's see if this really holds underneath 3 and then give it up. Boy, it takes out that high. Look out, 1579, getting close. 42 million, so it's almost traded the float. Well, I'm sorry, it's traded the float. 40 million in the float. 42 million if traded. Yeah, so L. Benson, I have no idea because I don't know them. Stocks to trade, Oracle product. I don't really know it. I mean, obviously, I'm biased. I work for Trade Ideas, so I know. I'm pretty sure they don't have this racing that we have. Pretty sure about that, but I can't comment on on it because I don't know that program. What I would do is this. You can always try us out. Let me, in fact, I haven't done this yet today. Test drive is coming up. So test drive, test drive, test drive. So you want to try us out coming up fairly soon. If you click on that test drive link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, it'll cost you, starts on the 15th to the 29th, 2 weeks. For a premium service, it'll cost $11.11 for those 10 trading days, okay? If you sign up today, you're basically pre-registering, okay? So you won't get any data live data until the 15th, but we do this about 4 times a year. And it's a great opportunity to try us out. When the test drive is over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription or anything like that. You know, you want to take a subscription later, great, but it's a great way to try us out. If you think it, not just you, Ben L, but I mean, if you think you can afford $11.11 for those 10 trading days, go for it. There you go. The only thing you won't be able to do, but to me, it makes no difference at all because I'm not a proponent of it at all, is auto trading. Okay, no auto trading. No, you should be able, no, you should be able to see, no, this add symbols is add and edit symbols is what you don't have. Nope, you can definitely do it. You just have to, when you start, let me just, again, I always want to duplicate the window. So if I right click and now I want to launch the real-time stock race, so this is from scratch, but if you right click on this window, right click on the window, it says show top 10 winners. That's what I do. You don't, of course, you don't, it's not mandatory you do that, but I like to see the top 10 winners. I want to see them ranked. So at the end of the day or during the day, I see who's winning the race more often than not. Okay, so again, just when you launch your race, just right click this window and show top 10 winners. Okay. Ooh, guys, look at cost here. Cost is coming off this 11 mark. Now they won some kind of a patent deal with, I guess, with Apple, and that's what caused them to run all the way up to almost 13. I guess, yeah, just about 13. Pulled all the way back down though go underneath 10, but starting to move again. KOSS, KOSS. Be very careful if you're going to take this. You know, only 4 million in the float. If you don't see that, then you maybe you need a later version of Trade Ideas. If you click on help and about, what is your version? You should be on the beta, okay? I almost guarantee the beta has it. So if you click help and about, what is your version? I'm on a development version, but okay, it's nothing you're doing wrong. Now, if you're, oops. This is when you start. I don't know if you can adjust one that's already running. Yeah, you're on a later version, JK. I would go to our homepage and download. I think it's 0.96 now. It'll be there for sure. Okay, that's that version is missing a lot of things. Well, regarding, in fact, replace cars. I'm not even sure not to replace cars, but having the logos instead of the cars. Meanwhile, yeah, GOVX just absolutely exploded again, guys. As Dak was saying, no mention of it. It had pulled back down to 132, just exploding again. Well, let's see. TNXP maybe sort of lagging a bit because it took over. Now that's 36%, 25%. And CMRX is just really lagging. This is the other monkeypox play, but it's doing zip. Yeah, oh yeah, I think it's perfectly stable. We wouldn't put it on the website unless it was, we felt it was stable enough, okay? We don't put, even though it's a beta, we don't put anything on the website unless we think it's stable enough. Or this SIGA, you can just kind of see if it takes out that all-time high, which is just 20 cents away or so. 15.79, less, in fact, 11 cents, 12 cents away. And the cost, guys, is mini run here, a mini run for cost, KOSS. SIGA so close, SIGA. Look at this. I mean, it's right there. 79, 1579. It just was touching it. 1570, well, not quite touching it. 1575. Galt. What is Galt doing here? Is that a monkey play? Monkeypox play also? I can't remember anymore. I don't think so. I don't recall it being one of those, but through the 200-day moving average now, GALT, Galt. I don't think it's a monkeypox play, but moneypox. Well, let's take a look left. I mean, on the weekly chart, the next high is 206, so it's above that. Can't see anything. The monthly is 220 and then 236, so it's had a nice couple of months climbing off the bottom of $1, sort of a double in a couple of months. This NCNA, which was a real tough one to trade, I found anyway, over two now. I can't remember what the news was that got it moving back on July 13th. I can't remember what it was, or maybe even earlier. But I loved it because look at the room it's got on a weekly chart. Especially when it was $1.50. The next high was 3, but I just couldn't figure out a way to hold on to it. Yeah, I held off on the Sega. I want to see an all-time high, so I'm holding off. Well, how's the RDBX doing? You know what? I mean, it's not doing badly, really. It has not had a huge bunch of profit taking. Not really. I mean, it may start. There's no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers, but that if that red candle gets any bigger, I mean, that might be the start. But I mean, really, it's still up 85%. Okay, guys, I think one last look at my homepage. What time is it now? 2:27. Yeah, so I typically put myself on mute at about 3 o'clock, depending what's happening. The main room will be open until 3:30. YouTube will be open until 4:30. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. So what are you going to find there? I'll show you. Okay. Click new. I'm going to click on it again. So this is what you'll see on my homepage. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. That's the promo code you can use. I would start off with a monthly subscription before you don't jump into an annual unless you absolutely know you want the program. Let's get started. You should absolutely do this first. If you do take out a subscription, 10 videos, 10 short videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes. Goes through the download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Please do that first. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, which may get stopped out this week. I don't know. Trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And it was BGFV. I think it did trigger, but I know it's below the trigger price. But there is a stop. So, you know, I mean, you have to obey your stop. If you got into it, just obey your stop if it takes you out. And all the education is here. We have a great user guide, daily support session. So again, when I shut the main room down at 3:30, Chris will take over between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. This week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it'll be Monday, Wednesday. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher or maybe even a different take, this is all free. And of course, if you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. So here are the ones that, of course, I'm concentrating on 99% of the time on my race mode, biggest gainers from the open. I will look at Zach sponsors and toppers, do not get too many alerts. And then these, the daily breakouts, breakdowns, again, not too many alerts. So I'm not distracted very much from this one, from the racers. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and down. These four I use in the pre-market. But I'll be honest, I mean, I don't trade the pre-market very much. I really don't have to do too much more pre-market work. You know, I just wait for the races to start. But if you want these scans, you can take a look at them. So my advice, save my link. Then you can look at the education section, my scans, the getting started, anytime you want. And of course, if you have our premium service, then you have access to the AI, a couple of obviously spectacular ones in terms of percentage move. They're running not quite neck and neck anymore, but GovX and TNXP, couple of the monkey. Oh, look at Siga guys, almost taking out that high. Couple of monkeypox plays. Okay, guys. Well, we're at an all-time high now with Siga. I'm not understand this room. I don't tell anybody to buy or sell anything. Pointing out the opportunities. If it makes sense to your trading plan, have a stop and all that, and go for it. If it doesn't make sense, you don't do it. Don't rub it in, Zach. Couldn't short Rev B. I wanted to. Yeah, pre-market. Yeah, as you know, of course, Hall. We don't. When you look at highs and lows and all that, lifetime pre and post market is not included. I think that's pretty standard. But you're right. It did hit 1619 or something in the pre. Yeah, right up here. No, 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 no. I understand. Oh, I understand. Just in case, when I keep talking about Sega making an all-time high, people might like, well, wait a minute, how can that be an all-time high when it hit whatever it did, 1619 in the pre-market? Just wanted to make sure people were aware of how most programs calculate the all-time highs and lows. Yeah, AEMD is moving for sure. So this is what I mean, Pepe. I'm not understanding something because AEMD is way down here, which is what I expect, and now it's showing, but it's moving, which we'd never be able to see. That's why I'm thinking the way it's supposed to work. What's the high looking left? 135. So it's got a little bit of room. There's pick on the move also, guys. Still. Well, what I'm saying is it is picking things from way down here, which is all I care about is that it's picking things way down on the list. Like the AEMD is way down on this list. And it's showing it right up here. That's all I care about. My goodness, guys, GOVX. 41% now. Keep an eye on the TNXP. I mean, it might be just lagging a bit. All right, guys, let's see how well this SIGA holds over the old. Boy, this. I can't believe I'm not in this GovX. Boy, this ASRT is just not wanting to move. Just not wanting to move. I'm going to give I'm in this one, okay? I'm slightly underwater here, 335 I'm in. I was thinking maybe this would have this move when it got up to 340, but I'm just getting set to probably get rid of it. Excuse me. Pretty tough results here in a poll, guys, that I think Trade Ideas did. Do you paper trade before putting real money to work? 65% said no. You're crazy. If you don't practice trading before you commit money to the market, you may get lucky, but boy, oh boy, I'm telling you. That's why we have a simulator, guys. I haven't really gone over it too much today. There's just been too much action for me to concentrate. But AEMD. I'm going to click on it. It shows up here. Practice trading. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to take it right at the market. Buy, send. Okay. Practice trading in the simulator. I mean, yeah, but okay. Well, I should say yeah, but the symbols are coming from the from the top list. They're coming from the top list. I mean that's all I mean. I mean, yeah, the race is showing the acceleration. That, of course, yes. Yeah, I mean, okay, guys. Here are the keys to my Ferrari, and you're going to race it in the Grand Prix this weekend, and you've never driven a car before. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yes, Ija. Well, there's nothing like the real thing, Ija. I get that, but I mean, my goodness, if you're just going to, go full blown into the market, I mean, you're right. I mean, emotions come into play when you there are no emotions when you paper trade. I get it, but man, if you cannot make money paper trading, forget trying to make money in the market. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys. And you can practice swing trading also. If I don't get out of this trade today, this AEMD in the simulator, you can practice swing trading using it. All right, guys, I took myself out of the ASRT, small loss on it. Well, I have to admit, we haven't had a day like today in the AI. We used to get them every now and then, where some stock would be up like 50%. And here we are, but we've got two just screamers here. 30%, well, almost 30% and 50%. Okay, guys, 2:45, so getting close to when I typically put myself on mute at around 3. Okay, the main room will be open until 3:30. YouTube will be open until 4:30. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Ah, look at that NCNA. It drove me crazy. NCNA, as somebody mentioned, I think in our YouTube room, over the, or somewhere, well, yeah, it's over the 200-day moving average now. 176 over the VWAP, 191. NA. So NA is trying to crawl off the bottom here a little bit. Excuse me. Another wild one from earlier, NA. Okay, guys, so I'll be putting myself on mute pretty soon. I'm going to put the announcement in here, but again, I don't really leave, so if you have questions, I'll hop back on the mic. I'm just going to put the fact that I'm on mute, but I'm still here. Okay, so I'll just put myself on mute now, but again, I'm here, so if you have any questions, look at this TNXP, trying to catch up to GovX. It's like a great horse race right here. 45%, 32%. I guess I don't have to tell you guys that yeah, Sega just popped over 16. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that. And also 16.13. So what was that pre-market high again? 16.18. So 16.18, the pre-market high, got up to 16.20. Well, you know, guys, I mean, if this really takes hold, I mean, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but this could turn into an interesting, you know what, swing trade. All-time high now. So back on mute. And I may have to leave a little bit early. I'm anticipating somebody coming over. So I might have to leave a little bit early. I'm going to have to talk to Chris to see when he can take over. So just give me a moment. All right, guys, so let's take a look at the EVTL did not maintain that 8. Wow, tough one to trade, but NA, my goodness, I mean, it had that great move off that 11. Seems like, well, it wasn't that long ago I was just talking about it. So the NA took the move off 11. So I may have to shut the room down a little bit early. Chris is going to show up, but he'll take over in the YouTube room, okay? I may have to shut down a little bit early. I'm anticipating some people coming over, so I have to, I know I'd have to leave. Well, look at the SPY here. Wow. Look at this SPY here. Yeah, I mean, other than the fact that it's halted. Oh, I see. Yeah, it says news pending. Yeah, I don't see what it is. Doesn't look good though. Halted on the way down, or halted with really no action whatsoever. You're talking about the owl T. Wow, that was a great. It was a great. Turned out to be a great short on the SBIG. Hello. Yes. Okay. Hi. Okay. Oh, okay. Did you actually use me plywood? Oh, okay, okay, okay. I wasn't sure for sure. Okay, okay, okay. All right. Two 225. Okay, I'll let her know, okay. Okay, thank you, okay. Bye. Oh. No. No way. No way. No. Yeah, well, remember, we had to, just. Okay, guys, listen, I gotta go. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in the YouTube room. I'm gonna have to shut the main room down, okay? So thank you for all the help. Another exciting day. Let me just get this my script together. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. And of course, you guys in YouTube, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up, okay? Okay, guys in YouTube. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up, but I have to leave, but leave the room open and then Chris will show up and he'll just take over for me, okay? So thanks again, everybody, and I'll be opening the room tomorrow at well, I guess YouTube are usually open around 8:45, okay? But have a great evening and we'll see you then.
Mr. Barry, can you hear me? Swap on the screen sharing. Okay, yeah, and Barry was asking me if I could come take over a little early. I was caught with a few things, so I wasn't sure if he was still here or not, but I've just made the official swaps for us. And here we are, CODX. That's popping through quite a bit. Wow, big time. Here we are. All right, sorry, I was a little out of sorts taking over early here. I was in the middle of a couple of projects and trying to continue to wrap things up here with those. So, but, well, isn't this fun with the SPY? I stopped paying attention to the market after I had parted ways with you folks earlier, and I threw this in here just for fun. And we've got this range, as we were talking before, but I didn't have a line there, so I put that up. We bounced off the top of that range, and we come right back down to here. And again, there we are, bouncing right back on that 393 level. So I think we have kind of where we're going to be stuck for the next few days, it looks like. So, well, that makes for some interesting trading, or perhaps not. We'll see. Sorry, I just want to check that I've closed everything I needed to close. All these things slowing me down here. And we got the construction workers outside. Alrighty. So let's see what's popping on these scans here. VTNR that had that huge run a couple of months ago. Now it's come back down to earth and it's based a little bit down here. No surprise on where it based. Number one, $10. Number two, prior resistance becoming support. So we can see that this was resistance all through there. A little bit there. Finally made it through. Has come back down and now testing it as support. So we'll see if energy gets going again. How that will go. And let's see. SIGA. I've been kind of a grinder all day long. So, real big gap up here. Really big gap up. Just don't understand why it keeps changing to highlighter. Really big gap up there. Attempted to move up. Came back down. Some moving averages caught it. Just kind of grinding the rest of the day. But again, this is one of those stocks you just got to be so careful with. You see the time and sales here. Right now, we're at about penny, 2 pennies spread. But this is one of those ones that all of a sudden, look, here it was at 15.75, and here it is at 15.20. So it can happen just that fast. You do not want to be on the wrong side of that. Then, let's look at the big winners through the day. So Redbox, had all these wins, for the first couple of hours the market was open, it's really faded. Nothing's been able to take it over. SIGB gave it a challenge. Very, very nice move that happened here. Had a lot of that come in, or had a big pop on it come in right after I departed with you folks earlier. What a move, over about $1.30 move or so, $1.25 move on a $3 stock, a $2 stock, I'm sorry, going up into $3. So that did that, but then as quickly as it came, it went just as quickly too. So NA, same thing, had that move when I was with you folks earlier, fast live, and that was it. Had this move here, but this starts to become kind of unrealistically tradable in this, and now it's really, really giving it up. It looks like now it looks like it's ready to really give it up, and that spread has gotten to be humongous right now. That's as far as I'm concerned, an untradeable spread now. But it wasn't like that the whole day. FAZE, same thing, never able to get going again. EVTL, I'm sorry, never really able to get going after, but a couple of hours, grinding up. Now let's look at more recent winners. So, because we're looking at it up here sorted by the top 10 winners. Now let's look at the more recent winners. So NCNA, that has a whole different look to it. Right? And we can see how much volume is coming in this last little bit here. Again, VTNR, we discussed this, grinding up. Right, CODX, big pop. So trying to find some equilibrium now. We'll see what happens in the last little bit here of trading. UWMC, again, nice move off of this here. Let's see, so we're down here around 354-ish. And again, this isn't something that has a big range, so we take these things into consideration, or we should, when we're trying to share size and figure out what we may or may not want to do with them. And what else are we looking here? So, all right, going right down the line, RELL. Now, this didn't have much volume in it. It had this big volume burst here. Past earnings. So I don't know that this is going to have a whole lot of meat on those bones afterwards, but made quite the move from here to here. The spread has gone back out again. The spread was a little tighter a bit ago. Now we're back at a 7-cent spread. It came down to 4 cents, which isn't bad for a $16 stock, all things considered. line, BUZI, not so much. When I say not so much, I'm really kind of speaking for myself. PANL, same thing here. I'd like to see more volume, a little more than 300,000 shares traded on the day. I mean, if we bring over time and sales, you know, not a bad spread, but again, like to see a little more on that as far as volume goes. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't been paying much attention to my other races anymore at all. They're just kind of there filling up space, but I don't think there's a whole lot to these that isn't in my Bollinger race here. So, you know, red box, EVTLs, NA, SIGA, IEA. No, so that's absolutely nothing. I'm guessing that's some kind of buyout. TH, you know, had this nice move early, really sideways, and then a pop. I'd suspect it was on the Bollinger races at some point, but was never a winner. So not a whole lot to look at as far as that as far as I'm concerned there. And while yes, I know it's up 10%, it did a huge portion of that in this one move here, I would say. So not to be discounted necessarily, but just not the sustained move that we've seen from several other stocks today so far. And then VOC, nah, nothing interesting to me there. TH triple W, again, no. RTLR. So, you know, there wasn't anything really special coming out of this scan that I couldn't have found here at some point today. And I suspect it'll be much of the same here. Let's change this to top 10 winners for a moment. So, yeah, mostly all the same. KTEC, nope, nothing. MP. Again, nah. Not really interested in this at all anyways. SOXS, DHHC, again, no. NA was already, we've seen it all day long. So, you know, not really a whole lot to add to that. Yeah, UNG is having itself a bit of a day here. Again, you know, looks like it wants those recent highs to me again as well. Get UNG there. So just, you know, when I was with you folks earlier, it was kind of moving sideways and then just a nice 3 15-minute bars moving up again. It's pulled back some. But, I mean, look at this massive move that it's made over the last almost month now after coming off those highs. I mean, making up for it and then some. So, I mean, you know, really some fantastic stuff coming through these scans overall. And like I said, these ones that kind of just let them go by the wayside. They're really just taking up space. I mean, staying focused on this and not just only the winners, but what's actually on the scan, because some of these things can be really grinding really well the whole day and just not eke out wins. Something else continuously ekes it out for those couple of minutes on the race. So, you know, and some of these stocks never get their necessary due. I don't know that that's really a case for today, but I've definitely, you know, seen it in the past, that's for sure. And again, look, it's Monday, it's summer, and we have the Fed, you know, doing whatever the Fed's going to do this week. So we got to take all that stuff with everything else that we're seeing today, that's for sure. Look at some of these coming into the close. DSAC. Huge volume move. Look at that. And we've been picking up volume here. So look, we move sideways for a while with increasing volume, and then bang, we get the big move here. So that's pretty big, to say the least. Some acquisition company, I guess it's SPAC. HNRG. No, I think we discussed this in somewhere else. We already came across this. Here's what I would note, though. Look at the overall market and look at this. So this could be a fun exercise for us to do right here. Let's bring up a compare chart. Let's go new chart. Not compare count window chart. There we go. Sorry, hit the wrong button. And let's put this up. So HRNG. And again, let's get rid of those because we're doing a compare chart style. We want a line chart for comparing. And let's compare this to the SPY now. And let's put it on a daily chart. And look at that. Look at the SPY since September as compared to this. Pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. And you can see the SPY just, hovering above it. And then this thing just really, starts to take off. We get a pullback to the SPY, a spike, a pullback, and then adios. That's a pretty sizable move, $2 here to over 7 here. So let's keep this chart around in case we want to do any other more comparisons. So we'll shrink that down there. And let's bring over some compare count windows real quick. So most of the day, the new highs were up above the new lows, and we've had that make a big swap here in the last hour and a half or so. We can see they're trying to make the swap back again on the larger cap stocks, a little more trouble on the smaller cap stocks as well. So glean from that what you will, but I just maintain that we're going to have mostly ranges for the next day and a half, 2 days. And just going to want to be careful, you're up something. No, I didn't identify it today. I come across it, just now. It was on here. I was checking what was actually moving now, and it had popped across this race up, the Bollinger race. But I'd never seen it earlier in the day. Also, it would have never came on any of my scans earlier in the day. It's only traded 269,000 shares, and I have 225,000 and 250,000 respectively in the different scans that I'm looking at, generally speaking, for a minimum. So only recently could it even have crossed the threshold of volume to jump up on here. Other than that, coming into the close, nothing else seems to be jumping out at me. Any of these things that are here on the races now at this point, there's not much volume to a lot of these. This here, but go chasing this into that move right there. No thanks. Not for me anyways. Others may find it something that they want to get involved with. Did I see it before today? No, I mean, I'm sure I've seen it. I don't recall it though. I would imagine when the coal players were, really at it a couple of months ago, that it probably came through on some scan of mine somewhere, like a lot of the other coal plays. But no, it's not something that I specifically remember now. And again, keep watching this strength alert scan here. It's been a while, first off, we hadn't seen 90 in a while, actually. We've been in the mid and lower 80s for these scores. But, we can see the bulk of this still just really low here. So that's what we're looking at under the hood of the overall market. I would say there's not very much relative strength, like really, really not much. In fact, dust, that's your relative strength as an inverse gold miner. EDU continues to hold up well. But we can see no volume in here at all whatsoever. Had that structure, no volume. Back here, all this volume. So just interesting that, sitting down here's a penny stock, this gap and an explosion, and we're seeing less volume now than we did back here. So we'll see. Oh, look at that. Reporting earnings in a couple of days here in the pre-market. And let's cruise down the list a little bit here. So healthcare REIT. So interestingly enough, more healthcare. That shows some relative strength compared to the rest of the market. It's a tough thing though here. If you were trying to look at this as swing trading, you got it's big time resistance all right there, and not having the market on your side. Tough sell. Yep, we can see these are kind of jockeying for position here. And so dust has just given some up, and it's even now we're nothing in the 90s again. SGov, nope, junk chart. Campbell Soup. That's when you know you're in trouble. When Campbell Soup is your market leader. When you're looking to Campbell Soup for relative strength, no bueno. But it's got a bit of, since the New Year's anyways, a slow kind of grinding uptrend here. That was not a great line to be drawn. That's a little better. So, but still messy, still very messy chart. Look at this period low on the daily chart, 20-day period low or 20 period low. Up and up and then down and down and down and then up. No clear direction. Buyout. More healthcare. Pharmaceutical healthcare, just the industry in general. Never heard of these guys, Lamb Weston. They're reporting in a couple of days. Still a bit off that lifetime high. No short float. Big short growth. That's definitely worth noting. Okay, so we've got the SPY making a move. You see compare count windows. We see the new highs on the larger caps have overtaken the new lows again. And we've seen it happen here on these mid caps, so large and mid caps. Small caps are trying. They're trying. And we got another bounce on that SPY chart off of that level right here. So SPY. So it came down, continuing to bounce off that level, trying to get up over it. EVLT over that 8 number now. So we discussed that a whole bunch earlier. Discuss 8 being kind of an important number. So this is where we were discussing it earlier. Made a pop over it, gave back up, pop back over it again. Not really an influx of volume at the moment, although it's very liquid stock still. We're talking 4.3 million shares traded today, and that's 3 times what it's normally doing here. So it's not like that's an insignificant amount of volume, even though it doesn't have anything crazy going on the 1 minute volume here. Sorry, dropped my wrist pad from my mouse. Just picking that back up. And again, PALT, nah. VAPO, yeah. All right, EVLT starting to get a little jiggy with it, trying to. We got a little tick up in volume. When we first started looking, it was at 55. All right. Ampy. Kind of falling volume still. I don't think this last 15 minute, well, we'll see. We're in the last 15-minute candle. I don't know if it's even going to take that out there. But more energy. I don't see anything as a swing trade, to be honest, right now. I just I can't get behind. For me personally, I can't get behind swinging anything. But look, energy, and energy. So energy. Materials, but still kind of energy, or metals and mining, still energy related. Steel, but I feel energy related. Energy, agriculture, energy, banks, utilities. And I said last week we might want to keep an eye on some utilities. So this move and then this kind of wedge moving down. A nice move off of that, or flag. You call it a flag or a wedge, either one. So utilities might show some life again as people look for kind of safe havens to put money to work. But yeah, Raj, I can't get behind anything personally for me anyways, swing trading wise. And we can look at EVLT, for example. What was it? EVTL? EVTL. And, we have this big move that's already been made here with no idea why, right? And we're kind of at this big level here for resistance. I mean, could it get over it and pop up to here? Of course, absolutely. But you just don't have the market on your side. It's one of those things. And we've got declining volume overall, although today's a slight uptick from Friday. Decline from Thursday, big time decline from Thursday. So just, for me, I just can't get behind anything swing trading wise anyways. And we can see here, EVLT couldn't get above the high of the day right now. So again, when you don't have the market at all on your side, and this is what everything looks like, chop, 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 unless something's really alpha, and we just don't have that, If we look through all the, we've done it a whole bunch recently. We look through all the different sectors. Just no sector stands out like, hey, we're the leader. They just kind of keep passing the baton back and forth for a day or two or three here. And then some of these ones that are making these moves, you're talking pharmaceuticals, do you really want to get involved in swing trading one of those? It's on news is what they go up. They go down on the same thing too. And there's no way to, predict news. There's no way to predict anything, obviously, but at least technical analysis gives us some kind of insight into if, then, will, where news is just they release news and you're at the mercy of it completely. You don't even have a chance. Now, cost, that was a high flyer early. That's starting to get jiggy with it again. And now, while I say I'm not interested necessarily in anything in swing trading, what I would do is, maybe keep a few price alerts of some things that look like they might be able to go on some multiple day runs, put them on a watch list or a combination of both, because, something may not show up on a scan, even though it's, really doing well, for example. And so you wouldn't want to miss out on any of that sheerly on technicality of it not making the scan, even though it continues to grind up. So while you don't necessarily have to participate full time on a swing trade, you might be swinging in and out of it, for example, over a couple of days, whether it's, you know, EVTL or any other stock. You see CXI showing its face. Nope, not at all anything there. I thought maybe it was going to show something interesting. Not even close. Again, here's a SPY. Bring that back over again. Look, you know, bounced off this pretty textbook here, really making a break back towards that high of the day again. So just one positive again. So, you know, just really tough traders, these things. Oh, we got 3 minutes and change coming into the bell here. The SPY's really making a break for the high of the day now. And again, let's bring them over. Really spiking those new highs on the day. Really spiking them. Running away with it. But again, we're not going to we get no true direction this week, regardless of what happens Wednesday and whatever we're followed up with on Thursday and Friday. I don't think we're going to get an insight into real direction. Could it happen? Sure, why not? But, you know, as I always like to say, it's the move after the move, after the head fake, after the move, after the pullback, after the breakout, after the move. Then we'll know. No, I don't have any open positions. I took a trade that I closed a little while ago in TNPX, and that was it. Took this here. Took it back there, made a swoop down on me, grind it up, and actually I lost track of it. I should have closed it. I should have closed it up here around 180 when it was starting to mess around that 180 level, but I was trying to wrap up some projects and getting here early for Barry, and just kind of lost track. So, but anyways, I closed it at 174. So treated me okay. Can't really complain about that today. And that was my only real action today. I was distracted or pulled in many directions today, so I just couldn't get in the swing of things for the market. So BBIO, again, you know, not necessarily a swing position, but something we can keep an eye on moving forward, and it may have some good trades in it over the next few days. That was not a great line. A little better. There we go. You know, we've got these little volume bursts Thursday, Friday, again today. So, you know, does someone know something? Is someone accumulating a position there based on something that could be coming? No idea. Again, it's pharmaceuticals, so you got to be really careful, you know. Even good news with pharmaceuticals can not do what we think or want it to do. But, you know, solid volume coming into the last minute here. And I think it's more than just last minute volume. But you never know. You never know. But setting a price alert or sticking it on a watch list would be a really good idea, I do believe. One of the things that I've gotten away from, so I used to, well, I still use it. I use my price alerts window a lot. But I used to leave, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 price alerts from prior days in here in case they make a comeback. I really kind of stopped doing that because generally speaking, if something's really actionable, it's going to be coming through here anyway. So what I do is, as I find things that I think may be actionable, are worth watching, I set price alerts throughout the day and kind of play off of that. So it's, filtering things down into the quote unquote most quality setups. And so that's kind of how I've been doing things a lot recently, and worked pretty well. It seems to be a good strategy for the scanning part of things, and then of course whatever the plan is. So market closed. I'm going to bring this back over again, the strength alerts, and we had a 97 finish here on EDUs. It made that pop. Dust, kind of ridiculous. Found its way back to 90 somehow. And this thing decided to jump up out on there and find its way up to a 90 score as well. Now those scores might resettle again in a few minutes here. For whatever it's worth, I mean, it's a SPAC, so it's like, can I get that excited about it? I don't know. But anyways, thought I'd throw that out there for fun. Just to show how that strength alerts is, updating in real time. Sorry, a couple of messages coming in here I had to respond to. Okay, so that's a wrap. It looks like in the after hours, the spies continue to run up on us here. Put this up and, oops, I want pre-market, I want post-market. So we can see the spies continue to run right up into that 97 level again and get rejected in the post-market. Ain't that something? Okie dokie. All right, there's not a whole lot else to comment on at the moment as far as the market goes. You know, we took a shot. We looked at a few of these things here. I think, you know, the bottom of the list is going to be what's always been the bottom. You know, gold is garbage at this point. Silver is garbage at this point. And their miners are respectively garbage. Semiconductors, you know, gap down, could never really recover all the way on the day. Pot stocks are pot stocks. Real estate is, you know, struggling. Pharmaceuticals, you know, they're in this no man's land range. You know, bios, they didn't have a great day themselves. Emerging markets, you know, stuck in the mud, deep in the mud. Anything else to look at? I'm just, you know, like I said, not a whole lot. Industrials, nope. Healthcare, you know, kind of in no man's land. It's not as ugly as the rest of the market, but certainly not healthy. Came back down here and tested that level, and it's now kind of back in this range, and it's really kind of been in that range for quite a while now, going back to last year. Your FXI, China still, it just doesn't look great anymore. That's really it. Caleb had itself a better day than the FXI, but still, that, you know, the charts look almost the same. We'll see. You know, that 30 level, like I said, it kind of really violated our terms of bullish agreements a little over a week ago. Do I like it? It's just basically all I use for the last couple of months at this point, Derek. I don't really look at Bollinger Bands at all. I just use them to find things with momentum. So yeah, I like it very much. I've almost exclusively traded from it for the last couple of months at this point. I have this version of it here that I share with everybody. I don't even really need this one anymore. I'm just lazy to change my layout. This uses a 1 minute volume in it that you need a custom for, and this uses a 5 minute that everybody has, in their accounts already. So the other difference is this has a higher price range than this does, but I mean, look, all the same. It's all the same things here. 1, 2. NA was on there. EVTL. Almost identical scans. It's essentially. Most of the same stuff here. Like I said, just has a higher price range on this $90 stocks that, I'm not looking at stocks that high there. But you're here. I'll share that out with you if you like it. Share. Copy. Okay. So there is that scan. And if you want, here's a little layout I created that involves that scan if you want. And so it's just going to have a few charts, a single stock window, and a price alerts window. And I think it's just a really great little layout, actually. Keeps you focused and narrowly pointed on that. So doesn't CLB and AGRO look now on a chart? Doesn't they look on a chart? I mean, I'm guessing they have charts on CLB. No, downtrend. I mean, no. And again, no, downtrend. I mean, there's nothing. The same thing as when you had me looking at these last week. They've gone nowhere since then. Sideways. Could they run all the way up? Sure, but as far as a swing trade goes, I'm not going to trade something in a downtrend. And day trading, I mean, the thing traded 400,000 shares today. It didn't do anything. So there's no interest for me in this. Massive downtrend. And folks, bear with me one moment while I throw myself on mute real quick. And I already apologize for that there for a moment. So yeah, share those cloud links out for you. One is a layout, or it's a docked window, so it's not saved as a layout. So you could load that into another layout if you want. And the other is just the Bollinger scan all on its own. And again, I'm not looking at Bollinger Bands. All I'm trying to do is find things that are moving up and have momentum, using Bollinger Bands as a way of establishing that on a 15-minute chart. So I figure that's a pretty good way to do that with intraday data. Alrighty, some more messages. Okay. All right, so not a whole lot. Not a whole lot to comment here in this last little bit here. So again, any questions, fire away for me here, folks. I think we beat this horse to death on the market and where we are. Do you think Bollinger Band scan will work well with small caps? Yeah, mostly that's what it's finding is small caps. I mean, look at Redbox, small cap. There's market cap. I mean, I guess it'll depend on what you're considering small cap, but SBGI, NA, FAZE, EVTL, these are pretty small cap stocks. This is finding big movers, and we're doing things based on change from the open on top of the Bollinger Bands, what we're racing on. So you're not going to find Apple with a big change from open. You're not going to find Microsoft or Netflix or Meta or any of those kind of big quote unquote big stocks. You're not going to find them doing much moving at all. And I think I would say also, Derek, I would say it's fair to say that most of our users are scanning quote unquote small caps in general. Now, with some of these stocks that are, you've got stocks up around $1 trillion market cap, that's, if that's large cap, I mean, what's small cap, below 500 million, 500 billion, it's, technically the Russell 2000, which is, your small cap index is going to be 2 billion and under. But I think, I don't consider something with a 5 billion market cap large cap. I'll tell you that right now. I don't even know if I consider it mid cap at this point. I don't know on oil. think it was, it sold off Friday, so we're up today. I think, we're seeing a lot of chop back and forth right now on it and trying to figure out, what's going to happen. I think a lot of people were bamboozled by whatever went on with Saudi Arabia. I mean, Saudi Arabia isn't changing a thing, regardless of whatever you read in headlines. A lot of those headlines were very misrepresentative of what went on in Saudi Arabia with the president and all that. So Saudi Arabia is not increasing their output. Nobody's doing anything unless the U.S. and Europe decide to roll back some of their regulations and change what they're doing. Oil's probably going to hang around where it is mostly. We're well into the quote unquote driving season, so we're not going to see increased demand in that sense. And that's that. And we're not, nobody's increasing their output. Nobody is. WMT was at Walmart, right? Is that Walmart's ticker? WMT. This reminds me of waste management. Same thing, right? Walmart, waste management. Woof, 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 woof. So, geez, I wonder if, Walmart's doing this in anticipation of some really bad earnings. Setting the table for, low expectations, because that's big. It's a big move. Bring up the post-market look here. But yeah, I think they're setting the table for a bad season or two on earnings here. Get people's expectations lower. This way, if they come in and beat, kind of like Netflix did. So let's see, TGT. Woof. And cost. Woof. Now, percentage-wise, Costco isn't that bad. That's definitely weighing on the SPY right now, too, in the after hours. Look at that. We were up here at almost at 397. We fell almost 3 points on the SPY just from that going on. So, like I said, bear market, bear market, bear market. I want the bear market just as bad as anybody else to be over. We ain't there. We are not there. We are just not there. Let's get rid of this. I don't need that. Zoom back in again. So this starts to get that kind of rollover feel real fast. So, all right, well, we'll see what that means in the coming days here. So, all right, folks, I think that'll wrap it up for the day here. I thank everybody for popping in. Hopefully everybody got a little something out of this. It's going to be kind of, outside of whatever big movers we're finding in our scanning individually, whether it's, us on our side or you on your side. I think it'll be a mute week other than that. You've got summer, you have got the Fed, and you have got, all right, August 16th. Thanks, Peter. And you have got a lot of people, playing wait and see, and everybody's kind of playing chicken with each other. Nobody wants to be short in case it moves up, but nobody wants to be long in case it moves down. And so, I think your shorter term traders, and by shorter term traders, I really mean day traders at this point, are going to kind of have the rule of the roost until we get a little more clarity. And clarity is going to unfortunately come in the form of news and earnings in two cents. One is things like what Michael Anthony just pointed out, what Walmart had just done. And two, on, developing data as far as inflation and layoffs go. Like I said, again, if we don't get a lot of layoffs, bullish thing, and some of the bullishness with some of the bad news that we've already got priced in starts to cancel each other out. Unfortunately, there's too many bad news items that are circulating around, kind of smacking us around in that sense. So bear market, folks. Please treat it like that. Again, the cookies are on the table. Eat them. You can always bake some more at another point, but someone comes up and swipes those cookies off the table, you may not get another shot at eating those again. So keep that in mind. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for watching. Thanks for popping in. Again, we'll be back. Let's see Michael tomorrow at noon, me again at 3:30. Jamie on Wednesday, Steve on Thursday, Andy on Friday, and of course me 3:30 across the board all those days. So we'll catch you on those, and anything else, pop into our email or into the sport chat, and we'll hit you in that direction as well with any questions. Take care, be safe, and remember that it is a bear market, folks. Take care.